All right, we back. We back. Let's see if I can find a way to send some invites up. Okay. All right, we back. Let me go ahead and let y'all up real quick. By y'all. That's one. Let's see.
And then what I was saying was that
No, that's when you know that
it
the
was
person was holding it
it was a
in.
commercial break. That's what I'm
That
saying.
was
We
too funny. Right, it continue right with
continue. Is she is she coming
indeed
back up?
right.
Right. That's how you got to
uh,
do it. And then what I was saying was continuing.
exactly.
Okay, because she was saying something. What was you saying? Talk.
200 people. What the heck? Oh my.
Oh,
Man,
this is
That's
it's
gonna
great.
that's
beautiful.
gonna
Came
drop
in
down.
quick. Y'all made me lost my train of thought. I was saying how oh no, I was because you were saying about how they had war, and I was asking where was the war, and you were
Prisoner.
saying
No, prisoner of war.
oh prisoners of war, and you were
Yeah.
and you were saying they were here in America, the natives, and I was saying
Mm-hmm.
how they were you recently called the Aboriginal. They used to because the
Yeah, there
natives
you are.
used to walk
Right.
the town and they
Aborigine.
weren't. Yeah, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. That's where we was at.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it just makes more sense. I mean, especially if I take out everything that the schools have taught us, and you just go by the stories of our ancestors, which would be your great grandma and stuff like, then it's just like, okay, some don't make sense. It's not matching with the school stuff because you're getting their true stories. It'll be no different from me telling my great great grandchildren my story, and and they learning something else. Well, but in school it said, you see what I mean? That's how like it just don't
Yeah,
add up to me.
absolutely. But I mean, but now, like, cause I write in a journal every single day. Like, it's like a little journal entry, whatever.
Lovely. I
And
love that.
so, like, yeah, so like if I have kids and my kids and my kids, and I put pictures in it. It's like a scrapbook journal, whatever type shit. And like I
That's
put a
nice.
bunch of stuff in there so that like I can pass it on and pass it on and pass it on, within my lineage, whatever I create in my lineage. And so it's like if our great grandparents and grandparents before that and grandparents before that used to have that, then we would have all the information. We would have the actual truth right now. Because right now we're just getting a bunch of different types of stories from everywhere. That's all we
Exactly.
getting is a bunch
And
of
that
stories. You know what
and
I'm
that's
saying?
what keeps and that's what keeps us lost. That's what I mean. It's just like, dude.
Exactly, and that's what they did, and that's why I was talking to my grandma about this the other day, and I was saying how they succeeded in slavery a little bit because we are so divided and we are so lost. Like nobody knows nothing about themselves, and nobody wants to come together. Like it's crazy the amount of the hate between black women and black men has gotten so bad, especially on the internet. It's crazy.
They used to
And
be
this what I
together like, I'm sorry,
That's what our kids are seeing. That's what our kids are seeing. That's what our youth are seeing. That's what everything like that is seeing. And I'm a part of the youth because I'm young still. So it's like I don't know. It just really is crazy to me. Like I can't. They won. I guess
yeah.
we just got
hey,
we
what was you
got
gonna
to
say?
start
So
we got to start wanting to beat them back or
I got a,
something. I
I
don't
got
know.
a question.
you said what?
So I said I got a question, right? So knowing that I am half black and half Pacific Islander, knowing that my dad being black, who was never really in my life, I don't know any of those stories, right? The only thing that I had learned about that side, right? Like I'm not gonna say I chalked it up to school because I didn't, right? I didn't. I learned those because I had family members that were willing to give me certain influences, but I still only know it from an educational standpoint, right? I don't
Yes,
know what those
absolutely.
stories are. And so,
I'm
and
gonna
I
say,
feel like,
go ahead. I'm
go
sorry.
ahead. Oh, no,
I
no,
was
I
just
was just
gonna say
saying,
because you're biracial, your black parent did you a disservice by not educating you on those things.
But what if they
exactly.
didn't know?
No, but even though,
So,
but he was in her life. That's what she's saying. Like, so that was a disservice to her, but all like in a big way, but in other ways as well, because yeah. But like, I'm saying like when I meet mixed people or biracial people and they live in the home with both parents, and I'll be like, oh, you ever seen this movie? And it's like a Medea movie or a Tyler Perry movie, and they be like, I don't know who Medea is. Your daddy ain't teach you that? You've never seen Tyler Perry before? Like you've never watched
Yeah.
this in
Ain't
your
missing out
life?
on nothing anyway, so sure.
I mean,
I feel like
you're not missing out on nothing, but I feel like it's a staple of the culture. Like you never seen The Color Purple, 12 Years a Slave, Roots, none of that.
See, all right,
but see
I gotta put
okay,
my
go
Not
input
ahead,
that
on
go
those,
this,
ahead,
not that
go
those are
man.
ahead,
things,
go
not
ahead.
those are things you have to see, but I feel like
Cause
those are, those are things that your black parent would show
yeah,
you.
I
Your
feel
white
you.
parent's not gonna know nothing about that.
I feel you on that, but I feel like my kid, if I had kids, right, they can do without that. It's not gonna hurt them because everybody, they want to fit in with the whatever. Because most of that stuff has just been. I understand they trying to make people woke about what happened and all that stuff, and whatever. My thing is right now, and that's what I tell people, because it's like only so far back you can go with history. All right, it's only so far back. So why not? You know what I'm saying? Why not? Okay, get your information right. It's all good, but don't because it get to a point that we're gonna end up reliving history. That's what we've been doing, right? We keep listening. We listen to what happened. Oh, this happened to me, and this where sometimes a lot of people take it come with hatred behind it. Most of the time, like, oh, I can't believe we done like that, so I'm gonna treat you like that because your people done did that to me and all that stuff. So I'm gonna do you. So that's what I'm saying. Like I can do without a lot of the movies, all that stuff, because we got to make the best of what we can make now. We got to make our own history now. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, because we keep looking at this
Yeah,
stuff or whatever. It's not
absolutely.
most of the time it ain't better than us. Of course they like, oh, I want to educate you. You need to know about this. That's actually why this topic came up because I got into it with went back and forth with this dude. He's like, oh, you're just ignorant. You don't know about. I'm like, dude, but you going with all this stuff, but you're the mad one. I'm at peace of my life right now. I don't have to keep on going far back in there to piss myself off. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, completely wrong.
I feel
What
you.
the heck is you
So,
talking about?
Not
But
so,
only
whatever.
that, Color Purple is fictional, Roots is fictional.
Right.
All of that is fictional. I feel like all
Yeah,
of that
yeah,
is
no,
part. I
they're
feel
all
like it's
films. They're
so,
not documentary.
I feel like
okay.
part of the programming.
It's documentary.
Hold
It's
on,
not.
hold on. What we're not gonna do is spam the chat. So
I
if
was
you
about
feel
to.
that somebody is
Ooh.
wรื่อง, please explain that.
Who is
If
If
I
you
that?
you
don't think
can't
you
cannot,
should
explain, you
explain
about to
that.
get
you can
booted.
go.
Wait a
I don't.
minute.
Yeah, I
You
don't think
got a
you should
Goodbye.
explain.
moderator? Like he got to
See
get
you
out of here.
later.
Who is
But
that?
Bye. You will
yes,
waste
I
of time.
understand. Okay, I understand how
Dude just came
those
in
are
here.
films and they're not documentaries, and we'll like I don't know how we're ever gonna get to the truth
Hey, Lady Shy. Sorry, I had to
because
say hi.
it's all you know. Yeah, no, you're
So,
good. It's all up in the air. We all just hear a bunch of stories about it, so it's
And
like
and and I like how you.
I
so,
said,
That's
the
what I'm
people who
saying.
really truly know
Right
what.
there. You saying that we getting a bunch of information from different angles. That where it get confusing, right? So why? You know what I'm saying?
so
That
hold on.
stuff, like I said, it's so much stuff that you can get, and that's why I be trying to get people to like, all right, just learn what you learn,
So,
huh? Somebody say something.
no. Continue, and then I want to go after you.
No, I'm just
Go ahead.
basically just saying, just learn what you learn and try to make better out of, try to make a better life of what you heard from, right? Just that's the whole point of
Mm-hmm.
that. Because if we don't do that, like I said, I know y'all heard this thing called the generational curse, right? That's what is gonna happen. It's AKA reliving life over again because like we going to trying the same ways that happened before and you know what I'm saying? It get depressing and all that stuff, and then you make you mad at people that you ain't supposed to be mad
Yep,
at because
Right.
some people don't even know what they did. You know what I'm saying? But it's just,
exactly.
It just gets
man,
repeated.
I'm gonna let her go, and
So,
then I got something to say. Go ahead, ma'am. Or
yeah. So
whatever.
yeah. So my whole thing with that, right, is I understand where you're coming from, Kev. Like, yeah, it can cause a lot of, trauma, so on and so forth when you do learn those things. But it is very much important, and I'm gonna tell you why, right? If we know anything about generational curses, or at least what I understand of generational curses, is those are gonna come from both sides. Right now, I'm already at a disservice because I can only fix the ones from one side, right? So when you come like for me, when it comes to me, right? When growing up, it's hard for my mom to teach me about something, even though yeah, she gets mistaken for a black woman all the time and she's not. She can't give me the understanding that I needed growing up, right? So a lot of the confusion that I felt because I didn't understand, right? Like I didn't even know what the N word meant until I was 7. I didn't know what that word meant. I didn't even know that I didn't know it was offensive. I didn't know what it was.
I don't think none of us knew what it was at
You
7.
know what I mean? Like I didn't know what it was until somebody called me that on the playground, and I was
Well,
more
yeah,
mad because he
both of us
pushed me off
didn't.
of something, and then a bunch of kids attacked him for it, right? Then I went to go fight those kids because I didn't understand what it meant, right? And I didn't understand why people would cry. But I'm not sitting there saying that that's not a bad thing. I'm saying that it is important when you are, because it's good to kind of know where you come from so you don't repeat certain things. Does that make
And
sense?
you know the fun, yeah, it do make sense. You know the funny thing about that, the person you said you ain't understand from, I think the person that called you that don't understand either. They got taught
That
that,
part.
right? It's that
Exactly.
teaching stuff. We both keep teaching stuff on both ends that don't really need to be taught and stuff, as in AKA reliving stuff I'm talking about, right? So that's why,
Yes.
they got taught that, oh yeah, these was their we used to do this to them or whatever, or make sure if you see somebody that look like that, they, you talk like that to them. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
I
But my
understand.
thing is like a lot of this stuff. Cause imagine if you was living somewhere else. You living somewhere else if you wasn't in America, or you know what I'm saying, whatever. Do you got to know everybody's background and culture and all that stuff or whatever? You know what
If
I'm
you're
saying, to have
going,
a better
so if
life?
you're so to answer that,
Nope.
right?
I was gonna
If
go
you were
ahead.
going, say you were to go live on the island that my family's from, where I'm from,
Mhm.
right? And you were to go live there. Wouldn't it make sense that if you were living in a system that is counted against you, that you at least understand the why instead of being thrown in the middle of it, not understanding any of it, and having absolutely no way of protecting yourself? You have to figure it out the hard way. You see what I'm saying?
Sometimes I think the hard way is
Okay.
best. Other
Okay.
because you're not getting all these stories. You
So
learning it on
Right.
your own
That's what I'm about to
journey.
say. About to say
True.
when the limit. When is the limit? Because there's so much
all right.
more that I'm pretty sure we don't know
Yeah.
about that we
I
that
Go
Yeah,
where's
ahead,
the
exactly.
talking.
limit?
Like I said, it's a bunch of stories, but I was just gonna say because you touched on generational curses and trauma and stuff like that. And because of generational curses and trauma and stuff, we've learned anger, we get nothing, right?
Right.
Anger and protesting in peace, we still get nothing. Like at this point, we have to find new ways to try and combat this system that's whatever. But that's just another thing. And then, no offense to you, AJ Speaks. I know you're biracial and stuff like that, but I really, really hate. I really despise when a mixed person says like, oh, but like, I didn't get to know enough about my black culture, like, so I didn't know about this and this and that. Like, I'm half black, but I didn't know nothing about it. Like, this is like, okay. Um. Anyway, I just
She's not
really,
from the States either though.
I know, but she Hawaii is a state.
I'm
Okay.
not from Hawaii.
You said Pacific Islander. What island?
I am a Pacific Islander. I'm not from
What
Hawaii.
island?
I'm from Micronesia. I'm from Palau.
Isn't that still U.S. territory?
It is, but it's not the same.
Okay,
It's a
it's not
totally
the
different
states.
thing
All
over
right.
there.
Yeah, okay, it's
Yeah.
not the states, but you still
Yeah,
had
it's
a
a,
black, but
that's
still,
all
I'm
complicated.
just gonna say it like that. And then also traveling, like you said, traveling around the world, going to different countries, being a different race in a different country and everything like that, you don't need to know all the background and everything like that. But to be black in any country in the world, you need to know your culture. Like somebody's gonna ask you. You go to anywhere in Europe, you're gonna be asked, "Oh, where are you from?" And you'd be like, America. And they'd be like, America's the only place where they call themselves like African American, blah, 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 blah.
That's
You know, and
true.
like
A
that
guy in
ignorant stuff.
Russia, when I went to
Yeah,
Russia,
like
they was
that.
just like, "Why do they
Yeah,
call you African and you're not from Africa?" I was like, "I'm still trying to figure that
exactly.
out myself."
Right.
Exactly.
That's why I
See,
came with that nationality thing right there, because a lot of people.
yeah.
But
So
I
it's
I
just,
want I like how I want to go back to what you said. Okay, about the mixed person, right? About that. So what they only
the
supposed to
who is me.
what they supposed
I
to
hate that.
study? Huh?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You go.
Yeah, because I was about to say, even with that, right? You just said about when a mixed person say that one more time for me, so I can just before I say something. You
And
say you don't
I
like when a
wasn't trying
mixed
to be,
person say what?
I wasn't trying to be rude or disrespectful, but
I
Yeah, I
don't
just
like,
take
want
it
to know
that
what you
way.
said
I
real
don't take
quick.
it that way. She's
yeah,
good.
yeah, yeah. No,
No, I just want. No, I
when
just
they,
want to. I'm trying to get to a point real quick. I just want to see what
yeah,
she just said.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I was just saying when they say like the woe is me, like, oh, I didn't know enough about my black culture and this, I was judged because I was darker, but like I didn't know anything about being black, blah blah blah. Like, okay.
Hmm, that's weird.
And
I
then
take
it's
But
that
not in
kind.
a
I
rude
take that kind of like,
way. It's like
I
a
didn't
lot,
know.
no, a lot of mixed,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
huh?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish. I'm
No,
sorry.
I was just saying like that's how I was just saying like it's like a woe is me type thing, but it's like okay, you're
I feel like
mixed. Like
if they don't know, they don't know. It'd be like
I don't
it's
know.
like me saying, okay, my father wasn't in my life, but I didn't know about, and I didn't know. You see what I mean? It's you have to just take it like that because
or
that's their
Yeah, yeah, and
truth.
I'm not taking
You know
nothing
what I
away.
mean?
I'm just saying I'm taking it as like a okay though,
I know you said you
like okay.
despised it.
No, well, I don't despise it. Let me take that back. Let me take that
oh
back. Let
yeah,
me
yeah,
reword it.
yeah, we go back and work. We know how to rewind. It's over. Yeah, you better
Yeah,
watch. You
yeah.
gotta watch what you say.
Yeah. Let me get my words back. Let me get my words back. I would say I just uh
Yeah, shake over there. I hear that box over there shaking.
I find it okay. So I find it okay. Let me okay. This is what I meant. This is what I meant. I find it ignorant for a black person to have a child with a non-black person and then allow that child to just walk around and not know nothing about themselves.
That's that's what I'm
That's
saying.
what I meant.
This is wild, bro. Like what? Man, this stuff right there, that's what
That's
be making
fair
me
though.
mad
That's
because
fair though.
even that, just because, even if you black, that don't mean that sound like okay. Say if a person don't know enough about their stuff, do it make them not black enough or something like that because they don't know as much as somebody else know? And
No,
that's what I
no,
be
no.
meaning
That's not what
about.
I'm
Hmm?
just saying. Having black children and not teaching them about their black selves and how to
That sound like an
handle their
entitlement,
black
man.
selves and take care of their black selves. That's good. Yeah. Huh?
That sound like an entitlement. Like they must know. You
I'm not
must
blaming
know
it
that.
on
Maybe somebody want to teach their child different, and like
no,
you know
no.
what? I don't
I'm
want them
not
to know
saying you
because
must
me
no.
myself, I
Okay.
don't think I'm gonna teach my
Listen.
child that. I'm sorry. It is what it is
No,
because I
no,
see it.
no. And I'm not saying you must know because it's not like my mom taught me everything and everything like that. I'm saying it's like it does a disservice to your child to not educate them on what it is to be a black person.
Can I interject real
I think it's
quick?
so
Can I
much stuff
interject?
people need to be educated about rather than that. That's this is my whole point of my topic right now. It's so much bigger stuff than talking about this. Oh, you hold up, this used to happen, or your skin used to need to be black, and you got to watch out for these people. No, it's bigger stuff than what the heck we talking about for real. Like
Right. Then your
this
mind get
stuff,
focused.
So
Your mind will get
you
focused on
don't
it.
think the
it
Jim Crow
will.
law that they're trying to pass in I don't know what state it is, Tennessee or Mississippi. You don't think that's a big deal?
They've
It
already done
is
it in
what it is,
Kentucky.
but there's so much stuff going around in this world
It
for real.
is
It's
what it
anything can
is.
happen tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
It is what it
everything can be a
is.
big deal if you make it a big deal.
So hold on. It's not that we're making it a big deal, right? At the end of the day, I don't understand that stuff. And I understand where she's coming from. Yeah, I can understand where that can be a bit much to hear somebody like me say that. But at the same time, because I don't know that, that's a disservice if I end up in one of those states and I don't understand that. Do you see what I'm saying? Because they've reversed it. If I don't understand that, now that can become dangerous. Now
I
I'm put in
think
a
you will meet
situation
the
I don't
people. You will
understand.
meet the people who will help you understand.
Yeah, you will.
But that's my
But me,
point, though.
honestly,
Like,
I do. I feel like it's a distraction. To be quite
Thank
but
you,
I do
honest.
think it is.
thank you.
Yeah,
I'll take
I
that.
do agree. I
And
do agree. I would say,
the reason is because it just came out the blue. Like, wait a minute, when did this? Wait, what? Now we're focusing on it. You see what I mean? We
Now we
just
got
at
to
the end of
right. That's my whole point. That's my point. We be focusing on the
I
wrong
know, but I
thing.
was just saying. It's just I was came in here to saying it was a social construct, and now we got all into this other stuff. But it really is. It race does not
it's
matter. Like
conversation.
they got to sit around arguing about black and white abortion and gay rights
Exactly.
and this type of stuff when the whole time they're doing all these other things and all this other stuff is going on that we just not seeing.
now here's the
So it's
other
like
part. What if we just didn't pay attention to it and live our lives?
Ex-
You see what I mean? Like
But then,
I don't watch the news, right?
Dog,
I'm
he's saying
more
everything I'm about to just say too. Right, I'm about
I'm
to say I don't be like watching the news either. It's just
I'm more at peace when I don't watch the news because I'm not bogged down with all that extra.
let me unfollow and follow him again. Let me see.
You,
no,
Kev, you better chill.
you know how yeah,
At 50
you know
followers
how
by
we
him.
saying how we was just saying like 3 seconds ago that this topic and stuff like that is just a distraction. Like this stuff is used as a distraction. The first biggest distraction for people was when they first brought out the radio. Everyone wanted a radio so they could sit by and listen to the radio all day. Now we had the news. Then when they had the news, they'd be watching the news, and what they saw in the news was what they got every single time. And then
That's
like
true.
it's always just been a it was all propaganda and distraction. The news today and everything we see, it's like it's pushed to the forefront of our screens for a reason.
Mhm.
Because they can manipulate people with it. It's a
Perfect.
manipulation. That's all
Absolutely,
it
because
is.
people's minds are gullible and people want to believe in something, so they believe
Yeah.
in anything.
Think about it. You notice how the news don't match your reality when you like go out and be like, wait a minute, what is they talking about? You can have a
Right?
lovely day. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Uh,
They can be
yeah, I
like, it's
just feel
gonna
like
be sunny and this and that, and you walk outside, it's pouring rain. You're like, what?
Yes, your mother doesn't necessarily. Just know I did some research before I said what I said, so I want to know. Though you
Your
can
mom does on your birth certificate, don't she?
not even just that. That you and he talking about citizenship, but when it comes to nationality, you look it up. It say the place you is born. That's what that says, right? But
I stopped watching.
before the law comes.
I mean, I stopped watching the news for a multitude of reasons. One, that shit's depressing. Two, it's
Yes,
just a distraction.
yeah.
That's all it is. It
facts.
distracts you while they pass other stupid bullshit.
Yeah.
That's all it is. There's
Yeah,
other
we
shit
all.
going
Yep,
on that
that's all.
we don't
Yeah,
know
I just
about,
said
that we're
that.
not gonna find out about
I
for
literally
another
just
five
said that.
years. Is
Hmm.
crazy. And I'm like, I don't watch that shit. I don't
And
waste
some
my time.
movies,
I just.
movies take you back
But
there too. You know, think about
but
like why they always got to bring a slave movie back up every 4 years. Count it. It's every 4 years.
Let me go ahead
It's
and
a
rile
new
them back up.
slave
Let
yeah,
them
movie.
get them back in their
I
feelings again.
mean,
Yeah,
yep.
People
always.
not seeing it and be getting mad because I
No,
didn't
guess
watch the
what?
movie.
Okay,
That's what be making me
okay.
so mad. Why you ain't watched that
Some
movie? We need to know
like, and
about
it's
that. Like how many times I need to know about the same
real
exact thing
quick.
I've been
Just
hearing since I was a little kid. I'm 30 some years old. How many times I got to keep getting reintroduced to it again? Right?
And where does that put you when you watch it?
In a in back
I was
sad
gonna
mode
say this
or
quick little thing. It's
Anger,
like every time the news gets boring or like the people start to rest or something like that, they will unalive another black man by the police every single time. That's what they do every single time, and every single time cities are in outrage, and every single time cities are destroyed, looted, and everything like that, and there's lots of protesting, and that's what everyone is focused on every single time, like without fail. It's crazy.
and that's how they get the energy. But you know how much that has been. Right now, it's in our
Exactly.
face because we got the internet. It's in our face more now because the internet.
Right.
Think about okay,
George, yeah, George Floyd and like Freddie Gray was the worst. Cause I mean, I live in Baltimore, so the Freddie Gray thing when that happened, when I tell you, you literally couldn't even leave your house because it was so like it was like a purge out here. People were going crazy,
you,
after
you
that. And then it's the same when in Ferguson, Missouri, when that happened, that was crazy. They destroyed that city. And now they did it with Tyree Nichols, and it was 5 black guys that did it to him. So you know the outrage that people are feeling. So it's like, it's just they know what we're gonna like. I feel like they know what black people are gonna do. They know what
exactly
reaction we're gonna give them every single
they
time,
do
and then we do it every single time.
every single
So
time.
they do it every single
Every
time.
single time.
That's like
So
literally over and over and over again.
I'm gonna say this other second part right here that I said a while ago too, and that's another reason why I really don't try to focus on the news or other stuff besides my mission that I'm on. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to change people, mind frame and all that stuff or whatever, or help people. To really, it ain't even got to be all that. If they do, they don't. But I'm just trying to help people look at things from a different way. But this is another thing, right? things is happening literally every single, maybe every hour. I'm gonna just go that low. I was gonna say every day, but every hour, right? So just imagine if they put that on the news every last second, right, and we just pay attention to that, we will be straight up miserable, right? Because it's stuff going on every hour, or probably even less than that. It's stuff going on every hour that's real sad. Like it might be a kid that got pop for some reason, or it's really super sad stuff that's out here going on right now in this world as we talking on this thing right now. Just imagine me, and it's the thing is, it's like we do care. It's because we got it. It's in our nature that we just care about everything. That's what make us mad. It's make us passionate and all that stuff. But it's just like it comes to a point where you have to keep yourself from being distracted of your path, right? I mean, I know it sounds selfish, but it's that attachment that get us. That attachment is the problem because we get attached to the stuff that we
It's
shouldn't be
not.
getting attached to,
It's
and we
not
gotta
selfish
It
focus.
uses,
because you on a
I feel like
mission.
it uses
Well,
our
yeah,
energy. They use a lot of our energy. Like when we feel outraged and stuff, like that's energy that's being put out. You feel me? You're
oh yeah,
using a lot of your energy to be mad and be sad and be angry
yeah.
and be
Mm-hmm.
out. Like you're using a lot of your energy to do that. Keep the energy to yourself, focus on yourself, and keep it pushing. There's
But
literally nothing you can really do about that. Like there's literally
and
nothing you can do about it. They just put it in your face to make you feel like you can do something about it, but you can't change that. It's gonna happen again. Keep it pushing. They've
never
been doing it
balance.
since Rodney King.
It's supposed to
Since
be.
before Rodney King, Emmett Till, even like back then, like they've been doing this. It's old. It's just old news. Like they do it all the time to
But it's never
unalive
balanced.
some black
It's
man, black child, or they know the outrage that black people are gonna collectively have. They know it,
Hold on, y'all.
so they
Hold
do
on.
it, and then they want that reaction.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, real quick. If you are just coming in the live, welcome into the live. Please tap the screen, share the live with your friends. Please read the room if you can. Do not come in on the tail end and make yourself look kind of weird because you didn't read the room and hear everything. So please read the room, and if you come in disrespectful, I am a flight attendant and I will kick you on out of here. Now boarding. Continue.
I love
So
that the
after
flight
I
attendant.
don't know who was just talking. I'm gonna let the new person talk because I forgot we was just talking like crazy. She haven't said nothing.
Titiana.
What's up? Welcome to the live. But whoever had to finish, I know somebody had to finish. I think, but then we can let her talk. Was somebody trying to finish on?
She can go ahead. She
Okay,
can go
okay.
ahead. So
Sorry
What's
about
up?
that. I didn't mean to cut y'all off, but I had to say that because I started seeing the numbers start to jump, so I had to say
Oh,
what I had to say.
hey, you're doing a
First
You
of
lovely
on
all,
your
job.
job.
hello
You
to
on your job.
everybody. I just woke up while I was meditating. I just went on TikTok, and this is a very interesting conversation.
Mhm.
Again, where there is emergency in it, it's usually good. So, with that said, there are a lot of points here that they're so important. The host said it is like, in my opinion, and in the past 2 years, I did a lot of self healing, growth, right?
Mhm.
That I have really no time for the exterior because I have so much work to do on my own. Granted, I raised 5 children, I'm a grandmother, but in the awareness is that the lie that they tell us that by a certain age you know it all, it's a lie because living is learning each and every day,
Each and every day.
adjust each and every day. So at this point, I realized that it was purposely done to set you up to their school. They tailor you for what they want you. That's gonna be your role in life. When true life is to discover who we are, what we like, what we want out of this life. But with all the exterior, right, it's like to know that an earthquake is going on in the other side of the world. What can I do about it? More than being sad and frustrated that I cannot do nothing. So if we learn out of this, is like that we are sponges and we do absorb from our
Mhm.
surrounding. We want to be surrounded by good energy, good people, people that want to grow. Because that's what I do. If it doesn't serve my growth and it's just to drag me down, I'm out.
There you go. I like that. Factual. If nobody else type it, I'ma say it. Facts. You ain't serving it good, man. That's the only way you can grow, man. You get held back with anything else. You get held back with anything else. Hold on, ain't
Right.
everybody not about to just get
She
quiet
right.
now. So
Because
everybody
we
was
had
talking
to,
like,
we was taking it in. I was
oh, I'll
taking it
get you.
in.
You right. You right. You right. You make it right.
Okay, y'all
No,
see
my
what
fault. I
she's
was
saying.
just listening. I was just listening.
I'm up now.
I agree with her.
Yeah.
We get the news from around the world. It's
Hmm.
almost like too, and I have thought about that too. Like, how come like our news can't just stay? We got LA news. We should just get LA news. Why do I need Chicago's news? Right?
Hmm.
That's how everybody get up in arms. There we go.
Right.
That part.
If we live from a state of fear, right? We're not growing. So I believe that it's purposely done to overload us with things that in another reality will not affect us. And because we are in the state of fear, we cannot really do what is necessary for us, for our best benefit. So let's be
Well,
very
that's
aware
why
of
we
that.
got stuff. Now, this is how I feel like everything is. It always balances itself out. This is why we got a TikTok now, right? We talking to people across the world, right? And
Hmm.
most times we getting the real news versus the program. You see what I mean?
Mm.
Well, you're gonna get it faster than
With
the
the
news is gonna be able to push it out, and then
Exactly.
it's done that so many
exactly.
times.
Like
Something happens,
I heard
and
about
you know
Iran
about
on
it
here.
in yeah,
I
you find
didn't
out
see
about
that
it
on my
in
news.
minutes.
I
You
found
know what I
out
mean? You find out
about
about it in minutes
on
because it's on here, and that's the thing. The news outlets can't keep up with it, and that's the thing. The whole reason why they keep trying to get rid of these apps and everything else, they don't want us talking to each other. That's the biggest problem. They don't want us talking to each other. They can keep us separated. They can
Wait, could
keep
you
us in
say
fear.
that? Say that again, AJ.
They
I
want to
didn't.
keep a. They don't want us. They don't want us to stay connected, right? So many of us, right? Like for example, me, growing up, I thought I was by myself. I thought I was the only person who thought the way that I thought, right? Believed what I believed until social media happened and I started connecting with more people. Then this app happened and now I'm connecting with more people, not only just through across the states, but worldwide. They don't want that. And also, they can't continue to sell that America is like amazing, this amazing place to be. Oh, we're so great. We're doing all these amazing things. They can't because it's posted everywhere,
The veil is
right?
getting
The
lifted.
whole world is watching how shitty it is. You see what I'm saying? They can't sell that propaganda no more.
Well, my friend, when I moved here in 2001, and understand that I met my ex-husband in my country in Italy, right? And he was in the Air Force. And, what I heard about is like, the richest country, So when I quit my post office work, I thought I was going to come here. I'm going to get the same work, right? So when I came here and I got a job and they told me that I had 5 days vacation per year, and I left my job in Italy, 30 days vacation per year plus holidays. I was like, what? The richest country in the world, 5 days vacation for the whole year? What's this? So there is, especially when you come from another country, you really see the difference. Um, like I go in the emergency room or even to any document, right? They ask you the race, the religion is like so, I felt like they were being intrusive. I never had to answer that question before. So yes, they want to put you in the box. Here, they want to put you in the box. And I'm a human and I don't fit in the box. I will tell who I am. I don't let somebody define me based on my color.
There
You
you go.
understand what I mean?
Exactly.
That part.
society gonna do that anyway. I just
They is
they
right.
just gonna do it anyway. Like they're gonna do it, and I feel like that's
You're right. And
yeah.
you're right, but I'm a rebel. I always been the black sheep.
I think
So
all of
of
us in here are
course they keep
rebels.
on. Yeah. So of course they're gonna keep
100%.
on. But if they're gonna be more like us, that they don't do anymore the check-in, they're gonna have to adapt, aren't they? You
But
understand what I mean?
the system is falling. I'm telling you, the veil is lifting. It's people starting to see.
Yeah, the dollar is failing.
Yeah, it's failing. So what are they gonna do? They're getting scared. That's what I think.
That's
And
why
then
they're
and
using
that's why they keep. That's
they're
look.
using crypto because China, what was it? Somewhere, some other countries gave up the U.S. dollar. Now they're all in that BRICS thing. You guys heard about BRICS?
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yeah, so now they're all in BRICS, and that's what it's China's in it. China's in it, and I know Russia's in it, and those are two of the most powerful countries, including ourselves.
Did you
So
get that
it's
from
like,
the news?
huh?
Yeah.
That's on the
Yeah, well,
news.
I read an article on it because South Africa is in BRICS, and I know a lady in South Africa, and one of my cousins was down there, and South Africa is like to them it's the greatest thing that ever happened to them, but
Because
to
some
other
of that, I mean,
nations,
I'm saying that because a lot of that stuff I don't, and I'm saying that because I would call some people that I know in Russia, and I would ask them, "Is this really happening?" And they be like, "No, it's not happening. What are you talking?" You see what I mean? It's just like it's.
Mhm.
I feel
so I
like
guess
it's
it's
put
different because
there.
South Africa is like, yeah, it's amazing. So I don't know, maybe they haven't implemented it.
Yeah, I feel like no, no. This is what I'm saying. I feel like a lot of stuff is put there for us to. There we go. Fear again. That energy is put there
Mm-hmm.
if we don't research and look outside of it. You see what I mean? It'll be like me
Right.
saying something about you, right? And then I don't go straight to the source. Like, let me go ask her first because y'all talking all this stuff, right? And then I get to you and you be like, no, that didn't happen. What are you talking about? You see what I mean? So I sometimes I take a lot of stuff like that with a grain of salt because
I feel you
again,
on
it
that.
Yeah.
just don't be
Can I
matching the reality.
in about Africa? Can I give my 2 cents, if I may?
You got 3 cents? I'm just
But
kidding.
it's like my humble
Because I
opinion,
can't do
right?
nothing with 2 cents.
And my humble opinion come from my mother. She was a Somalian woman. My father was an Italian man. So, both of them, coming with their childhood trauma. And then here I exist, right? So, and I love history. So Africa is the richest continent in the world, right?
It is.
And so far, everybody have been just taken and taken and taken, right? And so the people, the natives of their land, right, they find themselves starving because, greedy people, they take without, having any logic. Well, maybe they need some for themselves, right? So here, all the African people that are starving in their house, they emigrate to the country that they used to be colonized. And they're saying, hey, where's my piece of bread? I mean, you took everything. Now I'm here. I'm reclaiming. And now they are saying, oh, immigration we cannot take. It's like, what are you talking about? You went, literally, took without even ask with your guns, everything, and now they're here at your house to ask something back, and you're calling them illegal and this and that. Like emergency said, is like truth are coming. Who talk without giving, and it's like the dollar is going down because maybe too many take has been take without consideration from who you are taking. So yeah, truth are coming out. Wars that
Mm.
they were done in the name of freedom, we'll see why they were done, and with lies. So yeah, hang on tight. It's
I
gonna be a
mean,
ride.
I feel like the
I think
truth
at the end of
always
the
goes
day,
up. Go ahead,
I
baby.
think at the end of the day, once we can stop living in fear, it can actually come together, which was my whole point. That's gonna be the only time that anything's gonna change or do anything else, right? But we have to, one, learn how to have compassion for each other, but also learn that we can learn from each other too,
Mm-hmm.
I
right?
feel
And
like
I
that's coming.
understand, yeah. Well, and I think that's starting to happen, but I think that's the whole thing, right? Like America influenced, like, things that have happened here have influenced places all over the world, right? So it is, even though we can all collectively agree, yes, when it comes to Black history, that shit is tired, right? Hearing all of the trauma, hearing all of the things, I understand where people could say, hey, this is pointless. We don't need to keep doing this. But the reason why it's important is because it's still happening in places, right? We can learn from these things and we can help each other out at the end of the day, but that's never going to happen if we don't start talking and sharing with each other. That's just my
I
2 cents
think it's
on
the
it.
way you
Hey,
teach it. Then
I like that, and I appreciate that.
you,
Yeah.
And I'm not thinking in a pessimistic way. Although
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying
no,
it's
you're not
like
wrong.
in
You're not
America,
wrong.
like people have been proven to people have been proven to fight back against them plenty of times. Like Haiti during the French Revolution, and now Haiti pays the French still. Um, America never, the black man still is the lowest in the totem pole in this country. It's like people have tried to fight back countless and countless and countless of times, but it's like, at what point do we stop like fighting and we just start taking? Like, there's no fighting back. You know what I mean?
I
Because it's
feel.
like
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I mean, and I feel like we can join together as black people, but they put so many things in the way. Like that's why people have colorist arguments and then like transphobic arguments and all these and like the men and women argument, like all that type of stuff, just to break up the black unit. But then,
I feel like we got to fight
like
as
even then,
people. I
so,
mean, because I feel like we as people because it's like
right?
us. It's us people, us against
Thank
the
you.
elites. That's how
The
I
Thank
feel
right.
you.
because
Yes,
if
thank you.
we keep on separating, right? It's almost like it's like we fighting about the same thing over and
And
over. Have
over.
you ever go back in
right,
time
that's
and
what,
like
yeah, that's what I'm
see
saying.
what was going on when you was born? It's gonna be the same story over and over and over again. So until I feel
Yeah,
like
I don't know
until
when else
we
like that.
yeah, I feel like until we come together as people, forget all that, forget all these labels, forget all
Thank
of
you.
that, so we can
Thank you.
see the human
That
race,
part.
right? And not only that, we tripping. Look at all these. Look at all this life on this planet, from the insect kingdom, the animal kingdom, and we tripping over color. All of these different
Right,
life, dude, and we are supposed to be
and
here
they
to enjoy. Life is supposed to be enjoyable, and we supposed to enjoy each other. That's why I feel like we look different. You know
But
what I
that's
mean?
exactly.
but
We're
the
supposed to
but
just
Hmm.
that's the
vibe. Like
reason
we're
why.
supposed to be vibing.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was
I
saying like
want
we're
to
all
say one
supposed to
thing.
just be
I
living in one and just vibing, like just living in a oneness. Like everyone just doing your thing and
Dude,
just living. But
yes.
like it's not happening. Like they just broke it all up and made it all this other stuff.
And now here's that question: why? Because they don't want to get
Because
found.
it that way they have
Let's
power.
Well, let's do this. You ever been in a situation? Okay, let's break this up into three people, right? You got that middle person that start the war and then sit back and watch everybody fight, right?
The
You feel
instigator.
Mm-hmm.
me? Think about that, and they do that, and then and then you two fighting because of what somebody else said. Until you
Right.
two sit down and have the conversation, be like, well, they said. Now you see who the enemy is.
Yes, the perfect example of that is what the what's it call it? I don't know what his name was, but he came
Bug wars.
but I saw
I'm
that
sorry.
too. But he came into that's when they came into Rwanda and they put the Hutu and the Tutsis against each other. They're like, we're gonna side. They were already fighting
Right.
each other, but they're like, we're gonna side with this one, give them weapons and do this, and then they're gonna be able to demolish these people, and then we'll be able to take over the land. And that's exactly what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Like they
Mhm.
instigated the war, got out, and then just let it happen. Literally, the
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
whole world watched that thing happen. The Rwanda war was awful. It was disgusting. And everyone just
Mm-hmm.
watched it happen.
Oh yeah, that was a
Is that
dude.
is you got a finger up there? I think I see a
Yeah,
finger.
I
Oh,
think she
okay,
wants
okay,
to go
okay.
yes,
next. Sorry,
I
I
don't
was
want
just
to
going
cut
Uh,
off
at it.
nobody.
Oh, you wanted your hand
go,
up? I'm sorry. Go
go.
ahead.
I
Sorry to
just
cut
noticed.
you
I
off.
looked up. I
No,
see a finger.
you know, I am grateful for my life experience. Well, one thing I noticed, right? Like Emergency said, we're human. So everywhere I've been in my life, I've been going humble, wanting to learn, So I was never described, well, she's a foreigner, is how you come. So I always am a human having a human experience. And I go
Mm-hmm.
with my energy and positivity. And usually, that's how it is. So I learned that the concept, your nationality, was like, you know, it's just your reality. So it's like,
Mm-hmm.
I will stand up for any kind of victim, and I don't care which color they are or what's the background.
Mm-hmm.
If I see somebody
Mm-hmm.
mistreated, I will stand up for that person. It's
Got
human to human. So
Mm-hmm.
that's the thing. Is like when, coming from two different nationality parents, these things, you're never too much of this or too much of that. How about
Yep.
I'm me with my body having my human experience? And I went to therapy because I no longer carry that pack trauma that it was put into me from the generation.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So if we
Be
Um,
like,
I,
start
what's
to see
emergency?
ourselves not as they tell us, because you see, that's the 1% that is controlling the 99%, and how they do it. The oldest trick of the book: divide them, right? If you can outnumber, divide them. And that's one thing I learned is somebody say, oh, that person said this about you. I said, well, first of all, if they want to tell me something, they come to my face. And do me another favor, do not even take me a conversation that I was not involved. Because that person that come and tell me what that person said about me is not my friend.
No, exactly. Because what were you saying when they were saying that? You're not telling me what you were saying. You're telling me what they were saying. That yeah, that's definitely the way to live. But it was like he was saying, like she just said, they had to divide us up, divide and conquer. If y'all ever played the game of Monopoly, we think
Mhm.
it's a fun little game, but really think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Think about
Monopoly.
it for real. That's literally life. That's how it happens. They divide and conquer. And it's just
but
a
that
game between a couple of people. And it's a lot of land, but it's a couple of people.
that was my whole point when I was talking about it's a conditioning thing. We are conditioned into these things. And the reason
Mm-hmm.
why I say we can learn from each other is because, right, we already know that in this country we are not taught all things,
Right.
right? You're not taught a lot of things. Most people, when you say, um, oh, you're from the South Pacific, they assume Hawaii, right? Oh, you're from Hawaii, right? I don't get mad at that. That's completely normal. You're not
Yeah,
taught
I'm
that. And
so
if you look
sorry
at the
about that.
history
I'm
taught,
so sorry again. I'm
no,
so
no, no,
sorry.
no, you're okay. You're okay. No, no, no,
That
no, no,
hit
you're
dog
okay.
holler, didn't
You're
it?
okay.
Hey!
You're okay. You're okay. So the thing is, and the reason why I can have that type of understanding. If you open up your geography book that you were in school with, the paragraph on the South Pacific is 3 paragraphs long, and it's only about
Mm-hmm.
Hawaii. What they don't tell you is that the South Pacific consists of 3 different things. You have Polynesians, Micronesians, and Melanesians, right? Now, what they don't tell you, okay, is what has happened there and what is continuing to happen there, right? That's
Mm-hmm.
current, right? And there's a lot of atrocities that are still happening there. However, that is a place where they don't get involved in colorism or blood quantum. We don't care. We don't care what shade you are. We don't care about none of that because we are all intermixed with everything. Your cousin can be the lightest person on the planet or the darkest person you know. It does not matter. We don't
So,
care.
AJ, are you telling me that you judge people by their characters?
I do judge people by character. If you are a
Yes.
shitty person, I do not
Exactly.
like you.
Right.
That's the whole point.
Exactly.
There's no
Exactly. That's
prejudice.
always
So,
how it was supposed to be, right?
That's how it's supposed to
yeah.
be.
Now, hold on. Before somebody gets it twisted, because you always got that person come in on the tail end of what I just said and be like, "See, I don't see color." That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm gonna correct that right now. That's not what I'm saying. Jesus.
We got you.
Continue. Yeah.
Right. Let them get in their feelings. It is what it is.
You
I'm
said
not
stuff
here to
is
protect their little
so.
feelings.
You said stuff is still happening, right? Which stuff is still happening here, right? And I feel like
I'm sorry. What was
stuff
that?
like there are things that are still happening, right? That happened. That was happening then. AJ.
Yes.
right? So
Yeah.
does that mean it wasn't taken care of then? And I'm saying that because like, we have to let me handle this in the moment and get this taken care of, right? I do
Um,
feel like go ahead.
we're trying to get it taken care of, right? Especially over there, especially through Micronesia and Melanesia, right? They're still testing nuclear weapons over there, which is
Oh,
Wow.
like
causing us to
isn't
have
that
birth
like
defects.
isn't that where they're doing the like
Yes.
the natural disaster tests and stuff?
Mm-hmm. And
Okay.
they're causing those.
All
So
right.
what
Yeah,
they've
yeah,
done
yeah.
is they've broken the water table. So there's a lot of
Wow.
islands that are now sinking, right? But all of this is happening, but you notice you don't hear anything about it. You're not taught anything about it, right? None of these things are taught to you. And it's not going to be taught to you, if we stay on the way that we're going for another 50 to 30 years, right? And
But
then they're
see,
going to
we
make it
just
seem like
heard
it's
it. We
old
just heard
history.
it through you and 20 other people, and the people that's on the outside of this live watching that they didn't come in. You see what I mean? Like now, it's us. We're aware of it, so we can spread. Did you hear what was happening over there? Now it's gonna make me want to go look it
Yeah.
up.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And that's the whole thing. And the reason why I say it's important, yes, although it's terrible to have to keep going through that trauma over and over again, it is important because the way they portray that over there is that we're amazing. Everything's great. There's no racism over here. There's no none of that. No, all of that is fake.
Yeah,
That's not true.
you should see
Then
how
they get
America
here
was
and they're thrown
promoted in
in it.
Russia.
You see
It
what I'm
was looking
saying?
beautiful.
Next thing you
It was
know,
looking,
now these people come here and they're thrown in it. And
yeah,
just like this country likes to do, it likes to pit us all against each other, right?
yes,
It does it with black folks, it does it with everybody else. And then now all of a sudden, boom, now you have a bunch of wave of people that are now put back into the system and it
right.
continues.
So if they
This
keep
is why
putting us
that's why I said what I said.
They keep putting us against each other. Why? So we can't see them.
Yes.
You can't see. There's some of us that see it, but they do that
Yeah.
because the majority is still arguing, right? So you can't see them. Who's in? It's
Yes.
like that
And
narcissistic
I would like
parents.
to put another thing that you guys, didn't talk about it, but I'm very aware because the food, they get us through the food. It's like since I start to go organic
Talk about it. That's the most important part.
and let me tell you, when I see people the way that I used to be aggressive, it was in the food. Because when I change what I put in my mouth, and the process is like I eat what I put in my mouth to actually nourish my body. Everything that they give here, it's empty calorie that keep your aggression because you don't have the mineral that your body needs and the clarity of mind. So that's a big one.
The food.
The food, yeah.
Not only that, being still give you clarity too.
Or like just sitting outside sometimes, or just like relaxing your mind, like getting away from the internet, getting off. Like, don't read a book, don't do like literally just sit there with your mind and your thoughts and like just think. People don't do that anymore. People don't know how to meditate or like sit in silence anymore. And people's attention spans have become so short.
Right.
People's attention span are so they can't even watch a video longer than 60 seconds.
And I
They
think the
blame
internet do play.
participation trophies.
Say that again, AJ.
I said I blame participation trophies and
Yes,
instant
yes,
gratification for that.
yes.
I
Like
think
there
the
are
internet
losers
is
in
part of
life.
that
There
though.
are losers. There are losers, and they don't want to accept that. It's okay to be a loser, I guess.
Well, no. So the reason why I say that, right? When you want to work, like when you want to achieve something, right? Like say you want to walk, or you want to go on a healing journey, you want to heal from certain things, you want to unlearn certain things. You have to be patient to that, right? You have to work to get that. When you start giving out participation trophies, why do I got to work if I'm gonna get a trophy?
Exactly.
Oh,
But that's one of the big
I
things.
saw this person. They did all the work. Why don't I have that? Oh, I need to have what they have.
Instant gratification. That's
Because
that's a
they don't.
disease. That's a
Exactly.
country, new disease. They
Because
want everything now, like pornography, so many things, internet, just click of the finger. or the drive-through, McDonald's, where you go to the drive-through, you don't even have to move a foot to go get some food. Forget about cooking, but then you're in the mercy of what they give you to eat, right? So yeah.
Well, yeah, the patience is kind of gone. That's why I always go grow a garden. You ain't getting them tomatoes tomorrow. I always give that analogy. Go plant that garden, and let me see what you do. I want to see you kick the ground because it ain't coming in 15 minutes.
And even that could be used as a metaphor, because just like as you have to cultivate that garden in order to grow things, you got to cultivate yourself.
Exactly.
If you're not cultivating yourself and you're not fertilizing yourself with the right shit, you know what I mean? Whether that be food or what you're consuming, what you're watching, what you're reading, everything else. If you don't do that, you can't do anything. You know
And
what I mean?
that what you said right there. That's exactly what he's talking about. How we get consumed with all this stuff, and we lose ourselves in the mix. Because I feel like
Always.
we get defined. We get defined. We start defining ourselves by I'm a black man. Like I'm really more than that though. You do know that, right? And then
Exactly.
if you really
That
gonna
part.
look at it, I'm not even black. I'm brown from the last time I looked.
That part.
But you know what I mean? We get consumed by it and we put ourselves in this box.
Yeah.
Instead of think about everything we can do. Like we got imagination. Dude, we are able to create, bring lovely things to the earth. Right? But that's why I
That
feel
part.
like that's why they keep us preoccupied with all this extra stuff. Go to work and go to work for somebody else to keep the system going. Because if everybody was really in a creative body, dude, you know how beautiful the world would be? And everybody
That
is
part.
creative. Everybody is beautiful.
But that's the cultural illusions that they keep us in, the smoke and mirrors.
Matrix.
That's what that is.
We need a Neo.
You know what I mean? You put filter bubbles on top of that, right? So you have filter bubbles. So if all of us were to Google the exact same thing, all of us are going to pull up different results. Every single one of us. Some may be similar, some are going to be different. They did that on purpose, right? Yes, it had a good thing. It was to help filter out information, but at the same time it was to a detriment, right? Now, if you say anything or you think about anything, you notice you get an ad for it. I swear, every time I talk about getting a new desk, I get 5 million Amazon ads for office stuff.
Or anytime I think about Chick-fil-A, or I say I want Chick-fil-A, they are all up my feed.
I was talking about cat
That's
food, and I had all kinds of Nine Lives and Misty Feast and all of that come up. Just like, dude, how the heck? What?
Yeah.
My cat been over here meowing.
Yeah.
and that's the whole thing, right? So then you have that portion of it. And then add things like TikTok, add things like social media, and then now you have this thing called an echo chamber, right?
Exactly.
Now you're echo chambered, and now they're manipulating you either into being super angry about a situation or so on and so forth, or to derive that fear, because now you're echo chambered. It just keeps coming. It keeps coming. It keeps coming. It keeps
I
coming.
do. I do
Right?
have to say I love
That's all it
TikTok.
does.
TikTok is like one of the best ones. I feel like it beat everything except emerging music radio.
I like how
I
you
love
did that.
everything you say.
But no, I mean I like because I mean we get to talk to real people and it's not you see what I mean like this and it's a real conversation, right? And then it's a
Because
mature one. There's nobody arguing. It's just everybody spewing their points, and you get an understanding from it. You know what I mean? And then you,
moment,
AJ, you from the islands. I have I don't know your where you from. Where you from? Talking. I'm gonna call you Talking.
She done fell asleep. She done stopped
I
talking.
mean, whatever. But anyway, like the did Titiana and all of those did. I mean, even you, the host. So you know, like bringing the conversation up. It's to me, I feel like I mean, it's honest. It's like an honest conversation. Of I
Yeah.
was sitting in my living room with y'all.
yeah.
Oh yeah, for
But
sure.
that's the thing. The CEO of this app, right? He doesn't have the political interests that American social media companies do,
No,
right? You
right?
notice you can't post certain things on Facebook, because then all of a sudden you're in Facebook jail. You're
Exactly.
completely shadow banned. Nobody sees anything, so on and so forth. They
But
govern that. right?
Yeah.
Here, they're not going to do that. At the end of the day, if I'm being 100% honest, right, from a tech perspective, the only thing the only data this app is trying to gather is for their AI bots out there in China. It doesn't give a crap about really what you're talking about. They're training bots, right?
Exactly.
When you slip on a banana peel, that's what I call it. If you understand what I'm saying, you get bananas.
Hmm.
Um, they don't have
Oops.
people. If you
It's a
can only
bot.
imagine how many people are on TikTok, right? They don't have people to watch every single live to try to
No,
figure out who said what.
that's way too
That's
many.
a bot. That's a bot that's
I wish
doing
it
that,
was a
and
bot
it's
that can
learning.
win my stuff over when I
And
banana. They be some
not
bull.
only
They quick
stuff like
to.
Hmm.
Facebook,
You know,
you
you know
don't
what I
reach
learned
people.
out of the TikTok when it
Hmm.
happened that because I listen
Okay,
different
Cecil, stop that.
view and then I go do my own research, right? So
Hmm.
let's understand is like, and what it showed this time that even the CEO in this country, like the one, the owner of Facebook, they're getting lazy. They want us to go in their app and just buy, be bombarded. If you go on Facebook, one time I bought a bra and boy, now it's bra all the way. I was like, really?
Hmm.
I will never buy online. But TikTok, it was more competitive, with the creator, and money
I let me.
was leaving the Facebook, and that's
Mhm.
why they're so greedy that is like they don't even want to be competitive anymore. They just want it, and this is this, and that's why they wanted to take away. It was about the money. They really don't care. They got us where they want us, in their
TikTok,
opinion.
Like Instagram was a chop.
TikTok
The
blew up.
shit
It's
Out.
that
I was on TikTok when it first started. It was just like goofy videos. It just
Instagram is
blew
like
up
you
out of
literally everything on
nowhere.
Instagram is ads, ads, ads. Instagram never used to be like you don't even see people you know anymore. Yeah, you
Oh
don't see
yeah,
people you know anymore.
no,
hmm.
exactly.
But that's the thing, and the reason for that is because Zuckerberg and all of the other owners of all the other, who's it, Musk or whatever, who just took over Twitter, all of them, they're all in the pockets, right? They're all in each other's beds, right? With the politicians and them, right? They lobby for certain things, they look the other way for certain things, so on and so forth, right? That is what they're going to do. As long as that's going to be the consensus, yeah, they're going to keep pushing certain rhetoric at you, right? They're going to push certain things, they're going to push certain ads, they're going to push certain ideologies, and so on and so forth. They can't do that on this app, and that's why they're scared of it. They can't do it because they can't buy out the CEO. He doesn't care.
Yeah,
He
this
does
is
not
one
care.
social media outlet that they cannot control that Americans have.
My phone about to die, y'all.
Not
The most
necessarily
Uh
true.
oh.
well, I don't
Not
know. I mean, I know
necessarily
there's
true.
other ones, but this is one of like the ones where
This
they
is
I
the
feel like
biggest. Yeah.
we communicate more on here. I guess.
Yeah, so this is the
Target.
biggest one that
That's it,
Americans are
phone.
on, but there are tons of
It was
apps
gonna die.
that are live.
Emergency about to
They're
leave us.
they're live apps, right? All of these live apps, right, are not in America. They're in Singapore, they're in all over Eastern Asia. That's
And
where
it's
majority of
beautiful.
them are. This is the biggest one. So they don't necessarily care to sell your data or anything else in the same way that Americans do,
I think
right?
because they can't
American companies
control it.
would. Yeah, because they can't control it
This
at
is
the end
too
That
of the
was
day.
deep.
so funny because that's what they use. The excuse is like, oh, they have all of their data. And when it come out that Zuckerberg already sold all of our data to them long ago,
Right?
it
Like
was funny.
Facebook been
That was
selling our
so
data.
funny.
Well, it's the same concept, right? I don't trust when it comes to any type of company that has to do with anything with my personal information, if it comes from even the ancestry.com, right? Everybody was spitting into tubes or whatever over COVID, right? Now, I'm gonna put my tinfoil hat on for a second, okay? Knowing that American companies like to sell your information, right? All you need is a CRISPR, right? And you can replicate anybody's DNA.
Yep.
That's not me
That's
being
why I
paranoid.
never
That's a
did it.
legit scientific
Do you
thing.
know how? Do you know many people that tell me, "Oh, go check your interest"? It's like I already know where I come from. I'm not doing it because that's how paranoid I am. that my life for my kidney or my blood, I don't want my information out there, I don't.
Mm-hmm.
But that's who I am. I don't trust them.
Well, and that's the whole thing. So, for example, right? What's to stop me, say if I'm I don't know, anybody, right? What's to stop, say Kev goes and he spits in that thing and he figures out his whole DNA thing all the way back to however far back it goes, right? What's to stop that company from selling information and then I get a copy of whatever his DNA is? Now, I go commit a crime, but I could replicate his DNA. I go and I plant his DNA all over the place. I get away scot-free.
Yeah. I was
He
looking
goes to
at
jail.
the part that is so yeah, but watch this. Like one of the Waltons, the owner of Walmart. One of them, he have like 8 transplant. And people get on a list and sometimes don't even make it to change one organ, right? So
Mm-hmm.
how does that person is for the million, right? And how did he got all of those transplant? So yeah, I'm not doing ancestry.com ever.
Nope, not unless I can. You know what I mean? Not. I don't. I'm good. Where did emergency's phone die? Is that what happened?
And unalived.
Oh, it died.
We gotta
Okay.
plan a funeral for it too.
Oh, hopefully he'll come back.
First,
But
I would just like to say, host, thank you for letting me come. I need to go
So,
about my day. This was so beautiful.
Oh yeah.
I like to hear people thinking alike, and that's what is hopeful. So, with that said, I'm gonna try to have the best day that I can. Wish the same to all.
Oh yeah, for
Till
sure,
next
man.
time. Peace and
I
love to all.
appreciate you, and thanks for coming through.
have
oh,
a good
yeah.
one. So the thing I wanted to say real quick was about the DNA test. They're not going to take your DNA and clone you or anything. What they're going to do is sell that information to insurance carriers, and it's going to, in turn, they're going to look up your likeliness of getting diseases or whatever, and it's going to make your insurance costs go up. That's what
What's
it's
gonna
going to
cause?
do.
It can cause it. Well, that's what they're gonna start with, right? But like I said, there's that guy. I forget what state he's in who has a CRISPR that was replicating a bunch of DNA from a bunch of plants, animals, even his own DNA. Not that he was trying to clone, it was just the DNA sample itself,
It's
right?
yeah, it's possible.
That's
I'm
the
not saying
part
it's
that
like
where I
not
was like, yeah, nah, I'm good. Right?
possible.
No. I don't with all advances amongst modern day humans, there's always something that comes back that is terrible. Every single time.
Yeah.
Every single time. And that's just where I'm at. I'm like, I don't trust human beings or a human being to not do that. Right? If you want to commit a crime and get away scot free, I can't trust somebody's not going to do that.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm gonna go rob a bank, but I'm gonna go drop somebody else's DNA there, and then, well, your DNA was at the scene. I mean, how am I supposed to argue that? You know what I mean? Like,
I
you
have
know,
a niece who's going to school for forensics, and I want to say I've asked her about that. And what did she say? Um, because I think she said it would have to be more than that. Like there would have to be evidence of not only the DNA of like your DNA being there, but it would have to be like um a reason for you to be there also. So not only would your DNA have to be there, but you would have to be at the scene of the crime as well. There would have to be like a reason for you to be there.
I think as of right now, yes, but they link. I mean, if that's the case, then you know what I mean. Like I said, they frame people for crimes all the time.
That's
People get
true.
framed for stuff all the
Mhm.
time, so I can't legitimately. That sounds I believe her, but at the same time, I'm like, they frame people for shit all the time, so no, I'm not going with it.
I think
All I need
realistically,
is that
the
one.
most you would have to worry about is your information like getting sold to your insurance company and then your insurance like deductible going up and your like cost of everything going up because they think you're a liability.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Why
Because
not?
you're
Kev,
like
what are you
more
doing?
likely to get some type of,
Mm,
I don't know,
What are you
disease
doing?
or something.
You
listening,
just real quiet over there.
listening, listening
But
in, man.
I don't know. Emergency did say he did say something earlier. Um, I think he was talking about grieving or whatever. I should wait till he gets back or whatnot. But I thought that was kind of interesting, grieving your old self. And then I think you guys were talking about grieving
I
your
think that's everybody, and that's why I like that
your
Kendrick Lamar song. I mentioned that too. That's what make me actually not trying to be so mad at everybody and stuff because I realized that everybody grieves different, and that, he got a song that said it's called United Grief or something like that. And he say that I grieve different or something like that, and it made me think on that. I'm like, man, that is what's happening right now because everybody, they express what's winning their life different ways or whatever, and it's just
oh,
that's
that's the
like a
topic.
true fact. Huh?
Oh no, they're saying that's the topic in the next lounge. Okay,
Oh,
I'll be
okay.
there for that one. I'll share it then. I'll save it for that time. But I was just like, I thought it was kind of interesting
It's-
because
I
I
can't
never really
tell.
thought about that before.
It's on Tuesday. Okay. I can't tell if that's the same person or not. I feel like that was his backup or that's his main.
I think that's it. Is that Italo, the other emerging music account, or is that Mike? That's Italo, I
Yeah,
think.
Mike. Yeah, Mike's the co-host. Yeah, so I mean, I'll save it for
It
them.
is
But I think
Italo.
it's
Oh,
interesting.
I guess
Right,
I
I'm
gotta
gonna
get
get
used
off
to the
here
to the
and make
group.
breakfast for my bearded dragon. Unless you guys want to see my bearded dragon, probably not. All right, guys.
All right, for sure. Thanks for coming through.
Absolutely. Why not? All right, Kev.
I guess it's me and
Yeah, I think we don't answer the topic like multiple times tonight.
you.
This topic has been addressed a couple different times.
Right, different angles and stuff.
Yeah.
But I like the. That's why I like that last part I put down. Is that just because you got the same skin doesn't mean they trying to win with you. It's because they got the same skin as you don't mean they trying to win with you. That's why I had to make that boy rhyme too. I was thinking about that at work. There's a
Hmm.
lot of people that think that stuff, man. They
Yeah.
be like, oh no, you one of me. You're my brother. You're my sister. So you got to be on the same mission as me. Nah,
Yeah.
interesting convo. Yeah, we try to make it. You know what I'm saying? That's what we try to do, man. Instead of talking about the same things everybody else talking about, I'm talking about the stuff people scared to talk about.
Yeah. Well, this is like the part two because the part one was last night.
hmm
This is the part two to it, but that's the reason why I like it because it elevates,
hmm
right? Like I feel like a lot of conversations happen, but they don't elevate. It's just the same conversation over and over again, the same talking points, the same.
Yeah.
And if we don't elevate our thinking, then we never are gonna get to the. Sometimes you can't even get to a solution if you don't elevate your thinking on stuff, you know?
hmm
Like if it's just, you know what I mean? You're not gonna ask the right questions because you ain't got all the information.
I mean, you get
That's
it
what
from different angles, you get different point of views, and even if it's the same thing, you get reworded or you get to like I said, understanding it from a different angle too. So
that part.
that's what I like about that. Is
That part. That part. I wonder where talking went to. I'm only calling him talking. I ain't gonna say their whole thing.
yeah,
I'm trying to cuss that much.
I seen her in a few lives, so I'm trying to see. I seen her in some lives. She been in some. First time I seen her in my life. And of
I
course, her
was hoping
name
she comes
stood out.
back. I was like, I hope she comes back. She's cool.
Did she fall
Um,
asleep?
Probably. No, I think her phone. I think her signal was fading out because like sometimes
Mm.
she would talk and it would be really fast,
Yeah, I thought I was saying that
and then
too.
it's low, and then it get like
Mm.
slow, and then she mute. I was like,
Mm.
oh, okay, could just be bad signal. Tease with the tease. You going live tonight or not?
Nope. That's one reason
Nope.
why I be trying to stretch it on these days because I don't be on Sundays. I ran out of breath. Oops.
Um,
I'm trying to see if I can boost some more energy up to get something out.
get some
Usually
questions.
it's weird because it's people have a great day. Oh yeah, for sure, man, for sure. You have a great day yourself. Uh, it'd be weird because like I know about near. Sometimes it'd be like the stuff be jumping up near like 9 o'clock and all that stuff. I don't know.
Mhm.
Sometimes it varies. I don't know. Be weird. Different hours.
Mhm.
But let me see. What did not push on? I wish that other person came in though, cause they don't know. I'm like about the nationality. That's what made me think about that yesterday. That's why I looked that up and stuff.
Which person?
Somebody had mentioned that all the way. I think that was earlier. Was that in the first section about the? It ain't that
It would
your
have been in the first.
mother. I had thought about that too. Like, yeah, it's most definitely that's who make the final say. So is the mother when it comes to that nationality. Well, if we like literally talking about being
I think it
born
just.
somewhere,
I think it
cause she
just kind
can.
of depends on where she's at, though. Like,
Yeah.
you know, like if she's in Chicago for whatever reason and you came early, I don't think you can.
Oh
I don't
yeah,
think she
right.
really decides that. I think it just depends on wherever she's at, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah,
But I
I feel
mean,
you on that though. But I was just saying, as in, like, even if the dad was like, "No, we should do that," she would have to make the final agreement, like, "Okay, yeah, we gonna do this here." You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I get what you're saying, like the slippage or something. Dang, I try to have it I try to have him in Africa. But yeah, I'm
like I
just
don't
saying
think you
something
can
like
hold
that.
it and do that. You know what I mean? That's not how it
Hey,
works.
hold it,
Wait,
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 little Tony.
hold up.
I want you,
You
I
can't do
want
that.
you to be a China baby.
That word. So, which one do you think is which one do you think most people focus on? Nationality,
Oh,
race, or culture?
uh, I I think it's I think they mix culture and nationality up because I hear a lot of people like I'm this way because I'm this. I'm because I'm a Jamaican. I'm what I'm saying that's a nationality. That's a land. I'm because I'm they always bring nationality up, but then they mix it up with the culture and stuff for real at the same time. So it'd be them two.
Okay.
I think because it's my nationality, that's my culture, and culture got to deal with I think ethnicity. I gotta look that up again. But I think that's what that got to deal with.
Culture just depends on wherever you're at, right? So
Yeah,
it is a bit of your nationality, right? So if you're born in America, you might have obviously you're going to be influenced by American culture, right?
exactly.
You may have roots based on, where your parents were and what their nationality was, right? Um,
Right.
that get passed down and that can influence how you as an individual move through a culture. But
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's I think those two go hand in hand for sure. I think the
Yeah.
one that I think I see that gets misconstrued a lot though would be race and nationality.
Yeah.
I
Right.
think a lot of people think race is a nationality and it's not.
Nah. No.
At the end of the day, like, yeah, we know they're social constructs, but they are words and terms that are used. I think people
Mm-hmm.
misconstrue those two things all the time, right? So then let me ask you this: is history a part of culture?
Yeah.
So if you were to go experience another culture, do you need to know their history?
Hold on. Let me think on that. That's too fast. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. I think it's culture in the history, but I think just like we was talking about yesterday, I think culture changes and it what it evolve it evolves, right? I think that's what that is, what I'm learning. Because your culture can change. Because like it's because like you could say you could stick with one, but somebody had to create it that whatever the culture is or whatever. You can always, like I said, you can evolve from it and create something new with the culture. It's just like I think just some people just they I'm gonna say maintain it. I'm trying to think of the word, but basically yeah, they just or keep up with it or something like that. But I think you can add to it and take away from it. So it just depends on how because life change. So why wouldn't the culture change?
Okay. I think for me, I think it just depends on the individual and their value system,
Yeah.
right? Because your value systems and the way, well, I wouldn't even say your value systems. I would say your experiences
Mhm.
and your priorities change over time, right? I wouldn't say your values. I think most for the most part, people's values are pretty much kind of stay the same. Those don't really change too much.
Uh huh.
Um, but if it's coming to like your experiences and stuff like that and your priorities, those definitely change, and that can definitely influence your culture. Because like
Mhm.
you can take certain parts of it because you find those as a priority, but then you may leave other parts, right?
And it's like belief. When your beliefs change, you change too. So that's like
It's
one
the
of the
same
main
thing with your
things.
beliefs. Because what is culture? I mean, you got to believe in the culture.
Mhm.
It's a cult. There's a level of belief there.
Yep.
So I mean, as long as that's gonna forever change, then yeah, the culture is gonna change. But if we're
Mhm.
looking at it on an individual level, which we kind of have to a degree, because we got to understand that aspect of it,
Mhm.
right? We could talk broad all day, but if we're looking at it more on the individual level of the person living in the culture,
Mhm.
then we have to figure out, okay, well, why did the culture change? Why did they grow out of that culture? Why do they no longer want to stay in that culture? That's the part.
And some gonna understand it, some not. Even within the culture, some people understand it not. Some just go with the flow just because, and don't know why. And then you got some people that end up deeming people like, "How dare you not know about this? This is us and all this." Right? Like that's crazy.
I'm used to that, so I'm not tripping.
No, if systematic racism exists, it means one race was superior enough to create its own. I don't even say it's a race for real. I think anybody that it's just, I mean, you can make anything superior, but I think they be superior of their own selves sometimes. I feel it was a point where we were superior of our own selves at one point. True. Because like I said,
Yeah.
it's just people that get that power. They be or the elites or something like the elites. We could say it got a color to it, but you know what I'm saying. It could be whatever. It can be whoever is got it, or it depend on the mindset for real. Because everybody, like I said, every last person is different. And they all got their own way of thinking. So
Mm-hmm.
just because you a certain color don't mean you think the same. Which is the last part about the you win, even though in their book they
Exactly.
winning.
You know what I mean? You could be a Huey or you can be an Uncle Ruckus, if you understand my reference.
Right. And
Those are
then that's
two
how they
very
get
extreme.
separated.
That's what I'm saying. Those are two very extremes in the spectrum of what that is. So that's why I think it's important. But going back to culture, I mean, I think culture can definitely be shared with anybody.
Hold up real
You can
quick.
share culture with anybody. I don't think culture is just only, just to a particular race. But I do see those two things get misconstrued all the time. You know what I mean? Like, oh no, I'm this. And like, okay. That's a culture though. Like, that's not, if we're looking at the terms of the construct of race, it's not the same thing. You know what I mean? But they do the same thing with nationality, so I get it.
I still hear you. Gonna be there in a second.
What happened? Oh, he's editing. Welcome into the live. Tap, tap, tap the screen. Share the live. If y'all have anything to contribute to the conversation, please bring it in.
Yeah, that's my sister calling. But
Greg, are
yeah,
you still in here?
who that?
The guy that just they just put in if
Oh,
systemic
that.
racism exists.
Right.
Can you expand on that a
Or
little
did he
bit?
do a drive-by or something? Right.
Right.
Oh, he in here.
All
Can you
right.
hop in?
Can
Can you
you
hop
can
in the
you
box? No,
expand
he
on
can't
that?
hop. He can't hop in the box.
Yeah, he might not be able to. But if you can you try to expand on that?
I'm a circle.
Thank you.
His finger about to be hurting typing so much. I get them 1,000 followers, my buddy. When you
I mean,
come with
what's
stuff
up?
like that, you gotta get them 1,000 followers.
That part. Keep working on it.
I'm trying to get irritating. That's when you got a bottom followers.
And I think that's the
And
other reason why these conversations work, because people don't jump to the I'm gonna get nobody's jumping in their feelings about it. It's just, can you explain what you talking about? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Ask questions.
well, that's my whole point, and that's why I'm trying to get to that. That let people know that it's bigger than what they taught us, and like I said, people we so quick to call everybody ignorant, but just because you read up on some stuff don't make it seem like that don't mean that you're not ignorant to life. You know what I'm saying? Just because you know what you know in these books and all this stuff, that don't mean that that's what's
Well,
happening in life for real. It don't automatically
my
guarantee that's
whole
happening.
point of being like, I never learned those stories or anything. My whole point that I was trying to make is, even within that statement, right, to turn around and be like, oh, well, you're only um biracial, so basically you're silencing me. You're saying, you know
Mm,
what I mean?
right,
That was
exactly.
the point that I was trying to get her to understand. I just
Yeah,
wasn't able to get there before everybody was like, wait. I was like,
yeah,
guys, I'm not even offended. I expect that. I get
yeah.
told that 1,000 times a day. Oh, you can't talk about this or that because you didn't grow up knowing that. But it's like,
I
if
feel
we
like
continue with that
I feel
ideology,
like she's still
you're
trying to grow
separating
though,
people
cause she
further.
tried to change it. She tried to change it. I feel like she's
She
trying to
is.
grow. A lot of stuff she got to catch up on for real though. But she just, cause she heard that from other stuff or whatever, so she just got to catch up on some stuff. Cause I could tell she trying to learn though. She just ain't there. She said she was young too, so I
I
can
mean,
tell.
I know. With that being said, but I'm saying it is a thing. It is a common thing that we see all
Yeah,
over the place. So
it is though. But
we
some
try
people
to
gotta
we
grow in their mind,
some
cause they.
people
I usually don't
exactly,
even listen to people that talk like that, but I could tell that she just was saying it and just don't
but
really
that's
understand what
why.
she was saying.
But that's exactly why I didn't take offense to it.
Exactly. Right.
You know
Right.
what I'm saying?
Right.
I can't take offense to something if somebody doesn't know something,
Mm-hmm.
right? I'm gonna say that again for the people in the back. I can't get in my feelings about something if somebody doesn't know. If they are consciously aware of what they're doing,
Mm-hmm.
then by all means, because you knew better. If you don't know, can't get mad at you. You know what I mean? That's like me getting upset because nobody in here knows my birthday. Well, I ain't never told you my birthday, so how are you gonna know my birthday? Now I set myself up to be
Mm-hmm.
upset.
And there's people that's like that too. That's what's sad. There's people out here like that. How the heck you don't know my birthday? How you don't know about that? And entitlement stuff I be talking about, like, no, you supposed to be entitled to learn the same way somebody else learn. And they be mad at that stuff. They gonna be crazy. Like, what make you think you any smarter than somebody because you know something that somebody else? It's a bunch of stuff. All of us know about stuff that others don't know. But just to have that mindset to act like you know everything, that's already showing how dumb you is. Oh, you don't know about this, or you don't know about that.
Hold up.
I can say
Greg
as many times you say
says
you don't know about that, I can say do the exact same thing.
Greg says there's a growing movement within the African Black community to hold whites responsible.
Here we go.
At the end of the day, if we're being 100% honest when it comes to that, you're also a like if you are a white tea person, because I can't say that because they gonna banana me if I say the other word, so forgive me. But the point is, you're also affected by that too, because that whole premise was designed to keep us fighting down here. At the end of the day, that's all it was. Yeah, when it comes to that structure, yes, you benefit a little bit more from it, but I ain't gonna say that it's peaches and cream for y'all either, because it's not. Like, it's really not. But that's what happens when people are still talking from hurt and they haven't fully healed.
Mm-hmm.
That part.
Exactly.
That's why I can have the conversation that I have, because I'll be the first person to tell you I don't got no problems with YT people.
No.
I really
No.
don't. Like, as long as you trying to learn and you don't say anything out the side of your neck to me that is disrespectful, then you ain't gotta worry
Yeah.
about getting punched in the mouth.
And that goes for the
But that's
same kind,
anybody.
my own kind. You know what I'm saying?
But
They
that
can be
goes, yeah,
disrespectful too.
that goes for everybody. These
Yeah.
hands is rated E for everybody, and they bisexual. I will fight men, women. I do not care, and everything in between. Do not talk out the side of your neck to me. Like,
Hey, well, hold up. Hey, Jay, let me tell you something.
punch in the throat.
Oh,
Look,
boy.
that's like my best go-to because I'm only 5'3". Right, so if you taller than me,
Oh, yeah, I know them throats getting it.
yeah. If it ain't your throat, it's your
Not,
kneecaps, depending on how tall you are.
are
Might
you
get an
like this?
elbow to the
You like the
kneecap real
same
quick.
height as my? Is you the same height as my sister? I think so.
Tiny,
Because yeah, I'm like six
a teeny
even.
tiny person.
6 even.
At
But
the end of the
yeah.
day, like I said, in order for us to, my personal belief, in order for us to move forward from that conversation, the black and YT conversation, we gotta have a real conversation, and I don't
Got
mean
to.
with political correctness. I mean, we gotta allow people to talk the way that they need to talk in order to get to the bottom of it and squash it. But
Mm-hmm.
until that happens, it's gonna continue the way that it is because everybody walking on eggshells.
True.
And more
No
or
more
less,
eggshells for me,
y'all white,
unfortunately.
more or less you YT people more than everybody else. So you know what I mean. We just got to get to a point of healing. Is really what it is. That's anything, especially when it comes to generational trauma. Even amongst our own people, as Black folks, we got
I know what I'm
generational
saying.
trauma
People be saying
healing
this
and
stuff
stuff.
like we not getting into it with our own kind. That's gonna be so funny to me. But we gotta hold them
Well, they
responsible.
don't
How
know
about
that.
hold your own family responsible? Start off with that, right? Before you
Well,
any
that's the
other thing
thing.
responsible. I bet you got problems in your family. You not holding none of them responsible. You just holding grudge with like it got to start from somewhere if you want to start this holding people responsible or accountable or something like that. Like
Mm-hmm.
that's what I be mean about bigger problems. It's bigger problems and it's starting off at home.
Mm-hmm.
It's
It
crazy.
always starts at home. We actually had that conversation while you was snoozing. You know what I mean? Except we
Well,
weren't
man.
talking on that right. We weren't talking on that point. We were more or less just talking on the point of when it comes to like you as a person, right? Like the things that that you have to learn. Like you have to learn how to love yourself, and we tend to learn that at a later age because we're not taught that growing up. We're taught
Right.
we have to conform in order to fit in with certain people or fit in with certain
Mm-hmm.
groups because we
Oh
need to
yeah, I
be
heard. Oh
accepted.
yeah.
Yeah, I think Fairy Tale was talking about that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I think I heard that. I was hearing it in my dreams. I heard it though. Do you think they push for finally push further to power change?
Hmm. I think there's That's not really a fair question because it's both. Some may be pushing for one, and some may be pushing for the other. That's like the only way I could really answer that. I can't say it's one more than the other, or so on and so forth. In this case, both things are true. It's both. Some may be wanting to push for the change. Some may be wanting to push for the share. It just depends. But at the end of the day, we all collectively have to go through the healing process, which is going to be ugly. So try to have some compassion for each other, but don't make excuses on some bullshit either, please. It's just mad annoying.
Exactly. Most definitely.
Again, in order to answer that, that's both. We're not one or the other. The only way to really fully understand that is you have to understand that as a people, we are not monarchs, right? I can't answer that for every single Black American in this country. All I could say is that it can be both. I can see both, but that's it. We have to stop assuming people are monoliths of whatever race they are because they can't speak for everybody. So to answer your question, it's going to be both. It's not one or the other. Okay, well, I mean, I can ask the same question and reverse that. Would you say more white people are for the change or for everything to stay how it was or go back to the way it was prior? See what I'm saying? It's not really a fair question. If I were to go based on population, I can go based off that, but either way, it's still going to be both. It's not one more than the other, to be honest with you. I mean, but that's the thing. If you don't want the answer, then why ask the question? Right? That's like wanting the solution, but you don't want to do the work. And that has nothing to do with race. That's just people in general. Right. You can't want a reward if you don't do the work, right? That's like being in school. You can't want an A, but you didn't study for the math test. If you don't know how to add,
blame the teacher why you didn't study. If the teacher, they ain't like
yeah, that part. So at the end of the day, we can't use that as an excuse of, well, we've gotten bombarded by this. Is just where I'm at.
They don't think they are allowed, in my opinion. You as Black and under the street.
I think that also depends on where you're asking, because a lot of those things are also skewed. See what I'm saying? The problem with running on just the statistical data alone is that the numbers can always be skewed. I can skew numbers into anything. Literally anything. So, I mean, if you were to ask that question, when it comes to history or issues within the Black community, then no. Just like why would we go and address I guess YT people about that? But at the end of the day, the point is that we can't keep separating.
I got a question now for
him. We have in common.
Do you think white people going through issues, or they just peachy?
That's for me or him?
Oops, that's for him. Because everybody be swearing. Well, before I say anything, I just want to see what he's gonna say.
Yeah, I'm absolutely more comfortable taking risks.
Comfortable talking.
That's not 100% true. We may be more vocal about it now, but that is not true because everybody does that. Everybody does that. Whether you're doing it secretly behind closed doors, you're doing it with your neighbors, you're doing everybody. Everybody in America is infected with that shit. Let's be real. There's not a quote unquote race that is not infected with that shit.
Mm-hmm.
What was your question, Kev?
Dang. I think I was saying, oh no, I was just talking about, I was wondering if he was going to answer that. Do he think that these, I don't know if he trying to put them as a whole or not. I don't know. But do you think that that they going through problems or white T people going through problems?
Mm-hmm.
White issues. What's that?
What's
What's
the loss of identity too, though? I'm confused. Is that
Yeah,
part of
I ain't know
the
what
white
that was.
issues?
That's what I was wondering.
I'm trying to figure out if he's trying to answer that. It's hard because he can't come up in the box though.
All right, it just hurt.
Like, man, we shouldn't come up in the
People that's
box.
like that, I
So
need them in a box. I need you with 1,000, man, before you say some stuff.
yeah, no, you're good. You're good, man. We're just trying to understand. That's all. Like,
I want to know what white tea issues is too. I just want to know that. I thought everybody on the earth had issues.
everybody has issues. That's the whole point, though. Like,
Why we stay segregating stuff? That's so crazy. Yo.
well, it's the same reason why we got to keep putting ourselves in different boxes, right?
Yeah.
Everybody wants to be in a different box. I'm smarter than you than this, but that puts me in a separate box than you.
Mm-hmm.
And then we just continue.
Continue. Never
He
want
said mayo shortage.
Wow.
I know I shouldn't be laughing, but damn.
Right. What the heck? Don't let them come with the reverse on you. Or y'all got chicken shortage. Come with some
That
stuff.
part.
People don't like when the jokes get it, especially not our people. As soon as the joke get fired back on us, what you mean by Kool-Aid and chicken and watermelon?
I'm
Get
saying,
mad.
ready
We
for the
funny.
Uno
That's why I
reverse.
be mean about the hypocrite stuff.
But that's what I'm saying about that. Okay, whites within culture.
We don't have it either. Shoot, what you talking about? You talking about like unity?
No, I think he's talking about. Oh, are you talking about like young white tea people not wanting to learn their path? Well, yeah, it's painful.
Yeah.
It's gonna be painful for you, right? To sit there and say that only Black Americans are the only ones focused on, or the systematic thing. You have to understand, you victims of that too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you may have quote unquote benefited from it, but you also had a lot of shortcomings from it, right? You didn't have to be forced, you know what I mean, to have to relive the horrors of your past the way people of color have, because it's constantly thrown in our face everywhere. We can't turn on a TV without a joke or something being made. Y'all don't
Right.
have that. You know what I mean? So yeah, you benefited from it to that degree, but do you see where that's a shortcoming as well? You're Australian. Okay. So in America, right? That is what that is. So if you're I strongly encourage, yeah, definitely ask questions, but at the same time, also um try to do more thorough research, right? And especially in Australia, because Australia, you got, I mean, you already know, the histories with the First Nations people.
I think every country affects the globe.
Yeah, of course it affects the globe. Well, we've influenced, America has influenced the world very differently compared to everybody else.
Yeah.
right? Like if you know the histories of what happened in other places, that's why I kept saying it's important to kind of share that history sometimes, even though it's painful. Yes, Black folks, I know we tired of talking about it, but it is important
Didn't a lot of
because,
this stuff started somewhere before America even came about?
of course, it did. But that's the thing. It happened there, but then it happened here. Then they did the same thing in Australia, and they've done the same thing in other places. You see what
Yeah.
I'm saying? These are the commonalities that we have to understand, right? If we're going to continue to hold up the construct of race, well, they're the ones that created that. You see what I'm saying? It was created in order to keep us that way. But do you see the similarities, right? It's the same similarities. I'm not saying it's the exact same thing, but there are similarities to what happened in Australia that also happened in the US.
Mm-hmm.
For those of you tuning in who do not know that, if you don't know that, go do your research on what happened there.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
man.
absolutely.
This our mini
Take your
podcast
time, bro.
right now. You just don't know. She just gotta get the mic.
Yeah.
I got the mic. She just gotta get the mic now. It's like,
I'm just gonna set it
I
up.
spent $20 on
Okay.
mine. I spent $20 on this. Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the problem. I think when it comes to these types of conversations, everybody wants to make excuses for shit. They want to make
Yeah.
excuses as to why we can't drop things, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
we all collectively agree that it is a social construct,
Mm-hmm.
right? We
Okay.
understand, and I'm talking about not systemic. I'm talking about the concept of race. We all know is it's not real. We all know that.
Mm-hmm.
But yet it's like every single group that is affected by this quote unquote rate, everybody wants to have an excuses to keep it. But then you
Mm-hmm.
want to complain that it doesn't work for you. So you gotta. It's at what point do you pick a struggle? Because it can what pick a struggle, right? It's like dudes that I be playing Call of Duty with, right? You can't be bad at talking smack, terrible at the game, and like sexist at the same time. Like you need to pick a struggle, okay? I'm trying to play a fun game here, and I'm tired of killing. I'm tired of
She's
winning.
like, who? We about to watch
I
AJ
want a challenge.
back.
I want a challenge. You
You
know
know
what I
how
mean?
you know how it be. As soon as I hear a woman on there, his voice start changing over there
Man,
and everything. Yeah, you would have come over here and pick up this hill for me. You want me to
that's not
revive
what
you.
it is. What game are you playing? Because that is not how it goes. The moment they hear my voice, I'm getting cussed out by like 30 different people,
I know. I'm
all
talking
men.
shit. You talking? Oh, you must be
That's
in the what you call it chat. You be in the what you call it chat. Now that they add that
that's
on
what I'm
there,
playing. That's what. Yeah, I be playing the new Modern Warfare or
the
whatever,
new
just
one.
playing with
Yeah,
randos.
yeah. Oh, you talking about getting cussed
As
out by
soon as
your
they hear my
teammates?
voice, no, bro, it don't matter if I'm playing with randos or anybody else I mean, it happens all the time. Like the amount of times I get told, "Go make me a sandwich, get off the game, girls can't game," but then you
I ain't mean to
lost.
laugh.
Like, pick a struggle. You know what I mean? Like I can't win and make you a sandwich, bro. Like if anything, I win. Go make me a sandwich and bring me ice cream with sprinkles on
Ooh,
it.
got him. I carried
What?
you. Say I carried you.
Oh,
You
I
the
do it all the
man.
time. Like I carry this thing. Actually, I'm really mean on there, so y'all don't want to know what I be saying. I'm gonna
All
get.
right.
He's practicing. Just saying.
Practice it. What are you talking about?
Who?
Practice making a sandwich.
Right? What? I don't know how much
Shauna, come up
practice
in the
you
box.
need.
Don't be scared. She got is
Right?
that a new profile picture?
I think they talking to you. Oh, they have more than enough followers. They can come up if they want to.
Ooh, you talking about Shauna? Yeah, Shauna, she one of the friends.
Yeah.
Good morning or afternoon or evening.
You
Good
just said
morning.
all
It's
three
Crystal
of them.
Lady.
Right. First of
She
all,
said, I'm gonna get one of them right.
right. TikTok is like shadow banning my comments.
Oh
I've
my.
I've
No.
unfollowed so many people because they're like not responding to me whole time. My comments are just being delete it or
Dang,
something.
was you big mad or something?
I
Dang, you
don't know.
just
Well, probably
you're not
because
responding to me? Unfollow. That's messed up.
The
no,
fuck?
but
Dang,
it's
somebody
people
got to
that
work on that one.
it's people that like friends. Like I'm just like, what? This is crazy that like nobody's just they're responding to everybody but me. Yeah, I take it personal. I do.
Yeah, I heard somebody do that before, and I like, but I noticed that it happened like that sometimes. Some people been seeing my
I
stuff.
think it's
I
just
feel it.
the
I
So
feel
I
it
put
though.
I
don't feel bad,
put
girl. I did the same thing.
the
Well,
comment I
okay,
put
so
was
it's
like
not that
my
it
5 year
shadow
old.
bans me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's not that it shadow bans me. What happens is, right, is it makes it seem like I'm illiterate in the comments. Because I'll go and I'll like reread it and then I'll hit send and it'll autocorrect and then it's something I didn't even say. Or it's something that
Right.
doesn't even make sense. And I'm like, why you gotta make it seem like I'm illiterate? Like I'm not illiterate. Like
Right.
I know how to speak this language.
I'm pretty proficient at it actually.
I'm very proficient at this English language. Kev,
But
you're
what I had
unfrozen, by
put
the way.
before he's practicing is I said my 5 year old pretends to talk smack when he like his
Oh,
his brother is 11, almost 12. He plays all those games, so he has his
yeah,
headset, he has the controller. Whole time it's not on. He's not actually playing, but he's practicing smack and talking
yeah,
smack. That's what I put in the comments, and I'm like, he's probably gonna be one of those guys. Just imagine
yeah.
like this, when he's actually able to play. Um, he might be 10 years old, just talking smack like he's practicing already. So,
Right. Actually, the funny thing is like it's not even the kids that are on that because like sometimes like you'll come across like kids and stuff, and I've like because you randomly match with them, and they're like pretty cool for the most part. Like they're super adorable. Like I remember my friend Max has a video on here because she plays online too. She
mhm.
streams on Twitch. But she has one where they're playing zombies or whatever, and there's this little kid, and he like won his first match, and you can just hear it on that. You can just hear the excitement in his voice. I about cried watching that video. I was like, that's so cute. He was like,
I'm gonna let y'all.
oh,
I'm just gonna let y'all
oh,
get a
just
snippet of
one.
him right now.
That's adorable. That is adorable. Yeah, no, it's just
No,
like
but it's
grown.
it's a complete social construct. Like and I'm not hoping for something catastrophic to happen, but hopefully it doesn't have to get to that point. But I'm hoping
Mhm.
something happens where we band together and realize how human we truly are, like how it doesn't matter, what
Yeah.
skin, what nationality, any of that, like something that bands us together. And once again, I hope that is not catastrophic. It's just, I thought it would happen with George Floyd, but it did not.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, I
uh,
thought the same thing. But it didn't happen, and I was a little I was a little disappointed because it looked like it was starting to go that way, and then it just slipped into like stupid, and I was just like, okay, this just got worse. Like it can't keep
yeah.
getting worse at this point. Like we need to
And
pick a circle.
it's even with the kids, you would think that it would happen with, the mass, things at the schools. Like
Yeah.
this is things that we should all care about as humans. Like it doesn't matter how old you are,
Mhm.
what race you are, what nationality, but that's all people focus on. And it's
Yeah.
just the most ridiculous thing.
Yeah. And that's only because, I mean, and because of that construct, it's the reason why we only care about certain things. And I was explaining it to somebody recently. I was like, if we are talking about, because they were like, oh, I'm an activist. It was on TikTok. They're like, oh, I'm an activist, da, 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 da. But they were just so caught up in the separation of stuff. And I was like, look, let's put it like this, right? Let's
Mhm.
put it like this. In this country, right, you have women who are being unalived and raped, and there's no investigation, right? They have uncovered the bodies and bones of children under schools,
Right.
right? We can't
Growth.
send our kids to school without a risk of them being unalived by a mass pew pew.
Right.
You know what I mean? I was like, you have men in this country, well, you have people in this country who are being unalived by the people who are sworn to protect and serve them. At
Hmm.
what point do we look at it that way and realize we have a fundamental problem? Let's work on those things together,
Right.
right? But I had to literally be like, I'm gonna take the race portion out of it because we ain't gonna get lost in that sauce.
Hmm.
This is what it is. And they got it. They were like, oh man, I didn't really think about it that way. Exactly.
Right.
That is what's happening here. We can't fix these issues until we come together. It's not one person, it's not one group that's only going to fix just their issue while
Right.
everybody else suffers. It's never going to happen. We need everyone else.
We do. We do.
Yeah.
I think it just, do you think that people just, outside of the social construct, even if once you, let's just say, miraculously get past race, do you think that people just overall lack humanity in general? Like, it's just not a lot of, like, good people? Or
I
is that
think
just,
when we I think there's I mean there are, good people, bad people in the world, but like at the end of the day, I think if you we can get past the social constructs, then the humanity will return. But
okay,
as long as they keep putting up the social constructs, it's almost as if they're making people inhuman, so certain groups don't care,
that's true. Right, right.
right? It doesn't pertain to me. That person's not me. I
Hmm.
don't care about that issue, but we don't realize that at the end of the day, that's still your brother and sister. You still, and whether you believe that's your brother or sister or not, right? On a human, on a humanity level, you have a responsibility to the person next to you, right? So if you and I are standing, say, by a train, right, and you're at risk of getting hit by the train, I have a responsibility to either, hey, come over here because the train's coming, or to pull you out of the way, right?
Hmm.
Morally, I would do that because I obviously, one, I don't want to be traumatized with you getting hit with a train, and
Right.
two, I don't want anything bad to happen to you, right?
Exactly.
We can understand that when it's in our face, right? Because at that point we can see it as human.
Right.
Oh, hey, look, that person just did that. But for whatever reason, when it comes to these issues, people only get hung up on the race part. Oh, well, that doesn't apply to me, so I don't care what happens to those people. Well, at the end of the day, it's still people.
Right. That's that's a good point. Like, just bringing up that example, because I think if you visually saw or were about to see something happen, your human instincts kick in, and you see that person as a human. But how the media and how social media, like, presents some of the, tragic events, like, it's almost like geared towards making us choose a side, and
Mm-hmm.
people fall for it every single time.
Yep.
um so I totally get, like, you know how that could play a part in keeping up the social contract construct, like, reinforcing it, because it
Mhm.
almost forces us to pick a side.
Yeah, and the problem is that if we don't get it together now, we got to think the younger generation is seeing this and they're becoming desensitized. So it's
There.
going to come to a point where if you see somebody that's going to get hit by a train, they're not going to do anything.
Right.
It's just going to happen.
Just another day. Just another
It's
day
just
in
another
the
day,
horrible world.
right? And so like I always try to like, like I always preach like one, you always have to have self-awareness. But then the other thing too is that everything that you have in this world, you don't own anything, right? I don't own land, I don't own all of that. We borrow from the future generations, right?
Yeah.
I'm borrowing that this land, this time, my experiences, everything that I do, breaking these generational curses. I'm doing this not for me. I'm doing this for, yeah, I don't have children, but in the event I have children and my grandchildren, the generations after that, so they don't have to continue. We can now evolve and they can be better. But people aren't walking on that mindset. They've conditioned us into thinking you have to break generational curses for you. Yes, that's true, but you have to understand that you're going to be healing your whole life from that.
True.
You're doing that so that your kids don't have to go through that,
Right.
right? You don't want your kids to have to heal through something over and over and over and over and over again.
Right.
We don't want that. We want to make sure that the next generation doesn't have to do that. And then that generation doesn't have to do that. So it's going to be less and less and less to the point that we're good. But as far as like the whole race thing, like I was, there was somebody in the comments earlier. I was like, America's infected with racism. We're infected.
Yeah.
And until we learn to deprogram, and even amongst ourselves, even amongst Black people, we have to deprogram from it because we've learned how to be quote unquote racist to
Right.
other races.
That's true.
We've learned that. We just don't see it as that because, oh well, we can't be because we experience it. No, you can, because you don't care about the person who's different that's sitting next to you, that's that
Right.
those people over there that are dealing with that.
That's true.
So you're playing into it. So how can we call the kettle black at that point? We can't.
Yeah, and that's just, when you say that, it's just a cop out. It's just, to condone, bad behavior. Like, we can't be racist. We absolutely can. I don't think people believe that when they say it. I mean, maybe they do, but you
I
can't
don't
actually
believe that.
believe that. Like, you
I
can't.
don't believe it. I don't
Right, you
believe
can't
that.
do that.
Because if that's the case, then amongst our own people, we wouldn't have conversations about colorism and people getting in their feelings about that. We
Yeah.
wouldn't have conversations because the thing that a lot of people that have those arguments tend to forget about are people who are biracial. Where do we stand? Because you silence us and say we can't say anything. You can't talk about that because you don't know. Okay, so you want to stand over there by yourself.
Right.
Okay, so if you think that only you're gonna solve this, you're gonna need me, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we have to change this using the system, you need my vote, don't you?
Yep.
You need me to vote on the thing that's going to change that for you. So shutting me out and shutting me down is not going to help, but we can't do that to anybody else.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? The only time that your skin tone should matter, right, is in a form of like, okay, that's beautiful. You know what I mean? Like, I'm from the South Pacific. I have cousins of every shade.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to, say, quote unquote, I guess the colorism portion of it, right? My darker cousins versus my lighter cousin. Everyone gets shit,
Yeah.
right? My
Right.
lighter cousins get shit like, "Hi, your dumbass got a sunburn." Ha ha ha, and everybody goes smacks them in a sunburn. Right?
Right.
Our darker cousins, you know what I mean? They also they get shit, but it's different, you know what I mean? But it's all playful, but it's never coming out of a place of malice.
Right.
Right? It's just kids playing with each other. But at the end of the day, we're taught to be like, hey, yeah, you can see these people. You know they're of different shades. You know that they may be of different, racial backgrounds or whatever else. But we don't care, right? We're taught to just accept everybody,
Right.
right? We're taught like, hey, you have a responsibility to the person next to you, no matter who it is.
Right.
Because in the Pacific, you're mixed with everything. You black, um, white, Hispanic, Native, and you name it. It's all been through there, right? It's all in there somewhere, and everybody looks like everybody, right? So that's the reason why I'm like, you can't really use that argument and say, oh well, race is a social construct, but I'm gonna continue to hold it up because what? Why are you holding? Well, I can't change it. That's an excuse. You can't complain about it and then refuse to change something. You're just complaining.
Exactly. Exactly. That's the biggest. Yeah. You can't say nothing about it if you play into it, you know. And
That
we
part. Yeah.
and we should know
Yeah.
better, us more than anybody. We know. So it should be even more of a reason not to ever treat, or think the way that we've experienced being treated.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't want to, you don't want to inflict the pain on anyone else,
Yeah.
but
Absolutely.
people just,
If I fell and broke my arm because I slipped on ice, I don't want anybody else to slip and break their arm. Like,
right,
that doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? Just because I got hurt doesn't mean everybody else has to be hurt. And
right,
that's the reason why I say, like, it's better that we come together and focus on the things that we have in common. right? Especially in this country. If we want to focus on the things we have in common, our healthcare is shit. Our food is poison. We all know this. Our food is poison. Our healthcare is shit. We're all working way too hard and not making enough money. They keep raising the wages and the cost of everything, right? But they don't raise the wages. At the end of the day, we're all getting fucked. And until people are tired of getting fucked and we can come together and fix that, yeah, continue with the separation of race, and then within those races, let's separate even further because we want to be on some stupid shit. Let's keep holding up these constructs and then complain nothing changes. Yeah.
That's 100% true. I don't know one person that hasn't been affected by, our lack of food quality, our lack of healthcare quality. I wonder what people in government. I mean, I know they make a decent wage, but I can't help but think that even the organic food and even the top of the line still isn't quality.
Mhm.
So like, I wonder why isn't it a priority in this country? Because it affects literally everyone, even if you are well off.
Mhm.
Healthcare,
Like
like
for
the lack of.
example, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, even the lack of or the um like chronic health conditions affect everybody. Like it don't matter how much money you have,
Right.
and um research, they're doing research, but it's just not coming along. Like they're not putting any emphasis on like homeopathic or holistic care, and that's the answer. That is the clear answer to
Yep.
a lot of our health issues that affect everyone regardless of how much money you make. So why isn't that a priority? Because it would
Well,
literally help everybody.
well, and that's the same concept, right? You have people who have severe allergies to things. So explain to me why an EpiPen is close to what, over $100?
Hmm.
Why are EpiPens so expensive? You see what I'm saying? Nobody, I'm not saying nobody, not enough people are willing to do anything about that because we want to be lost in the concept of this stupid construct called race, right?
And
The
keep it
solution
back at the
is we
mindset.
have to lose that mindset. There's no point to continue saying and playing drama Olympics with each other. There's no point. Yes, okay. How many times are you gonna say, yes, YT people benefit a little bit more from system? Yes, they do, but they're also hindered by it as well. They're affected by it.
I got something for that. I just
So
thought
let's
about that
change
too.
that.
I thought about that too, because even that though, right? We could say that, but it's a lot of poor ones that's just like us in the same boat or whatever. Because they don't, you know what I'm saying? It's some people that got money and not. And this why how I know, okay, I'm gonna put it this way. How it ain't just only against or whatever. It's just people with power and stuff. And would you say that what they Muslim or something like that? Would you say they're close to us or closer to them? Right? Which
Huh?
one? Which one you would say the Muslims that's in America, or the
Those would be, I mean,
Indian?
if you're doing it in a concept of race, those would be Middle East, Africans. That's a religion. That's not,
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm trying to
yeah,
think of whatever they is, Indian,
They
they're
get
uh,
Middle
called
Eastern,
they get called you know
everything.
slurs too, so they'd be
Yeah,
closer
they get
to
called everything.
us.
I'm just trying to think of their
Yeah.
real their
National-
nationality. I mean, I'm trying to think of what that is
Mhm.
or their race.
Their
What is their
nationality,
race?
They would have to
uh,
check.
they would be, I guess, depending on where they're at, right? Because it is a religion, so that could
So
be
you could
anywhere.
call them
They
Caucasian.
could be, no, 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 no. Correction, right? They're not just Caucasian, right? There are some that are of different nationalities. So it just depends. But if you're
That's what
talking
I'm.
about the nationality of where a lot of that is, which is in the Middle East, that's considered what, Asian technically,
South Asian, yeah.
because it's split onto that South. Yeah, it's considered Asian. It's
Mm.
even though it's, yeah,
The
Yeah,
furthest
but
from Asia.
my whole point of that though, I'm
even
just
though
trying
they're
to get
not.
to a point with that situation, as in, because I be seeing some of them that they ain't black as me and all that stuff, right? So my point is, because I was just thinking about that
Those
today,
ones
because I
would be
got
the ones from Africa. Yeah.
yeah, exactly that. So I be seeing them, they and I got an area right. It's up the street from me. It's called Dearborn. It's a bunch of them that live there, and they all good. Like I don't know what a hoopty car look like with them. I was just saying that today too. Like they stuff be nice. They own stuff and all that stuff, and it just show that because like that's why I be feeling like it's more of the victim mentality more than anything than just people claiming that we're getting suppressed by whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because if that's the case, then why isn't all YT people rich, right? Why they not all rich? And why is how they allowing them to own business and all this stuff, right? So I mean, just based off of how they trying to put it out to make it seem like they're getting held back, or somebody, or when we be saying, "Oh, we getting held," I just think it's just a mindset because a lot of us, like I said, a lot of us is just lazy and we feel like we owed all type of stuff or whatever, so we don't want to put in their work. When it's literally people that's coming across the seas that's instantly working together because they learn how to work together and getting businesses and have a good family that work together and all you know what I'm saying that gets with each other and all that stuff. Like it's just like I said, it's that mindset more than anything. That's what's suppressing us for real is that our mindset. That's what I feel.
No, but
Because that's just
that's
crazy.
and you're right. It is a bit of mindset, but also it's also the argument of I want to argue something I don't know, right? I don't
Yep.
cam up on this app. I think I've cammed up one time and nobody's ever, and I had a filter on in the background. That's like me saying my house is better than yours. You have no idea. For all you know, I could be living in a shed somewhere. You don't know
Mm-hmm.
that.
I don't know.
You see what I'm saying? But how can I say that, right?
Mm-hmm.
All I could do is go based off my perception. I don't know exactly what that is, and
Right.
people
It's
do that
that
all the time.
Fuin is in the building.
It's
Right? But
100% our
that's exactly
mindset
what it is.
because I think it's an American mindset because just from what I experienced, I do real estate and I did mortgage loan origination for some time, and trying to get people to get out of the mindset of renting and working on their credit, it's like being a parent. Like I
Mhm.
literally had to stop, originating loans because I had to turn down so many people. And it's just simple, like pay your fucking bills on time. Just that's so
That part.
simple. That's it. Just
Do it for
that's
6 months.
right.
Do
That's all you
do
gotta
it.
do.
Do it for 6 months.
Your credit
And
score
here's the
will
thing.
increase by 40 points and you'll
Mom.
be qualified. And just that alone,
Yep.
people don't want to do. But yet they'll complain about the rent prices. Oh, my landlord's going on my rent again. Well, you can't expect the
Mhm.
government to do anything about it when you won't take individual accountability and just pay your fucking bills on time. If you can't pay rent, how you gonna pay a mortgage?
I got a
I'm
question
gonna
now.
take it a
Do
bit.
you think
I'm gonna take. Hold on. I want to take that a little bit further because it is mindset, right? I don't
that's what I was about to
understand how
get
you
to.
can't pay your bills on time, but every time Jordan drop a new damn shoe, you have it.
Right.
Every time an iPhone come out, you have it. Explain that to me.
It's mindset.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
mindset. People rather just, somebody said F them bills. Well, but listen, the other people that's coming to America, they have the mindset of whatever it takes. They'll live in a house
Exactly.
with 20 people and pay, keep their credit A1. As soon as they come here, they probably get approved 10,000, 20,000, $30,000 credit limits because for one, they don't have a history established over here, but they do whatever they learn, they educate themselves on the process. Like they already know before they come here how America works. That's
Mm-hmm.
why they come here and they have all their ducks in a row and they don't, and that's how they get the opportunities. But we'll get mad at them for knowing our system better than us
Mm-hmm.
and not even utilizing our system
And
to
they'd be like,
work for
oh,
the
that's because
benefit of
the
us.
YT man let him do it. And that's just like you might as well say that did that to a LeBron and
What?
all the other people
It's
that made it.
That's how it
That's the
works. It's
thing.
But
consumerism.
Yeah.
Welcome
but
to
this the question I
America.
wanted to ask. This the one I
Go
want
ahead.
to, even though we know the answer, but I'm just saying that I feel like I think it's more of a statement then. I say I feel like the people that come with okay, they got the mindset right there, right here, right. That's in America. I feel like if they was to do the opposite and they was to go somewhere else, I believe they gonna say to still have the same mindset and they gonna try to think of some excuse. Oh, because back when I was in America, I was, you know what I'm saying, it's gonna come with anything because like at the end of the day, a lazy person is a lazy person at the end. You know what I'm saying? Or a spoiled person is a spoiled person at the end of the day. So that is not going to change just because you got an excuse over here, right? I bet you if you was even get, like I said, if it was cheaper at their house is cheaper and all that stuff, based off your mindset, you would still blow that, and your money probably worth way more somewhere else. You still blow it and be broke over there. That's
Well,
what
and
I
that's the
mean.
whole thing. But that's the whole thing, right? The reason why when people immigrate here, they tend to do a lot better than people who are actually from here is because we understand already from the jump that it takes 3 generations to make a name here, right? So
Hmm.
that first generation that first comes here, right? That immigrate, when they immigrate here, they already know I got to put in a bunch of work, right? I got to put in a bunch of work. And then, you know what I mean? So that my kids don't have to put in nearly as much, but they're going to have to work hard too. That's how you build the generational wealth
Exactly. They
portion
got
of it,
more to
right?
lose, right?
And that's the thing. They've already left their home country and everything else, but that's the mindset. The mindset is for your younger generation because you're borrowing that time. You're building that land for them, right? That's what they're doing, but they don't want to do that, right? Black folks don't want to do that. Black folks want to sit there and buy a new iPhone, right? We don't want to pay our bills on time. You know what I mean? There are 5 million ways that you can boost your credit. Pay your bills on time, and you can go open up an account in Chime, right? Just go open up an account in Chime or any of those online banks. They have like it's like a debit card, right? They have their little credit card or whatever. It gives you 100% payment history because you're putting money on it. It's like a secured credit card. That jumped my
Speaking of
score by
payment,
60 points. So here's my thing. I did it last year, right? Because I wanted to test it, right? And I experienced like a lot of identity theft just because my legal name is super common, right? So I'm constantly having to like rebuild and then like get stuff off and rebuild and do the whole 9 yards. So I was like, I want to see if this thing's true, right? So I went and opened up a little Chime account, right? Nothing special. If anything happens to it, okay, whatever. Went put like I think $400 in it. And then just like I would pay for gas with that card, just little stupid purchases, things I'd use every day or whatever, buy lunch on it, whatever. Jump my credit score 60 points.
Wow.
That's just using that one card.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We don't look into things like that. Instead, we're looking into Apple. Oh, I gotta have the new iPhone. Is that iPhone gonna buy you a house?
right?
Do you need that iPhone?
And yeah,
No, but
sometimes
I gotta
you'll
have
have
an
to
iPhone.
sacrifice and put that phone
Yeah.
off, and use that raggedy phone for about a year until you can get your house or car or whatever. And then you get the iPhone. Then you can be as irresponsible as you want to be once you get
Right.
what you
That
They
need.
got
part.
it backwards.
That part. You know what I mean? It's learning to live beneath your means, right? Yeah. I'm not gonna sit there and be like, oh yeah, AJ's got money. That's not what it is. I live beneath my means, right? That's why if I want to go and I want to, I don't know, splurge money on something, I can, right? But for the most part, I don't, right? I'm not out here buying the newest iPhone, right? And I work in tech. What does that tell you? I work in tech. I don't have the newest phone. I don't got the latest. I refuse to wear Jordans, to be honest with you, because I don't like wearing a shoe everybody else has. That's just my personal preference. But either way, I'm not out there buying stupid shit I don't need. I buy the things that I need, and if I don't need it, I don't buy it. That's it.
Go ahead and wear them shacks.
You know what I mean? Hey man, I got them
They're cute. I like them. My son has them.
yeah.
Shaquille O'Neal's or some
Yeah,
K
man.
Swiss or
I'm over here wearing these Puma shoes that I bought off Amazon, right? They're like 100% foam. Or
that
not
sounds
like
comfy.
100% foam, but they come, bro, it's like stepping on a cloud.
What's
And they're
right?
light, like they're meant for like running and stuff.
Hmm.
Perfect little like walk around the house, do stuff around the house, go run errands, shoe,
I wear
right?
Crocs for
My
that.
work shoe. Yeah, Crocs, same thing, cheap. right?
Cheap.
If you're looking, okay, I gotta wear a suit or whatever, I gotta look business professional. You can go on Amazon right now and there's a shoe called Safety Steps, right? So whether you're working in a kitchen or you need to look business professional, you can get it's called a penny loafer. The reason why I love this penny loafer is because that thing is non-slip. I can run on ice, I can run on grease, I can run on anything, and the shoe is only $40,
I'm gonna have to get on some of
right? But no, we wanna wear Gucci shoes. Like we got money for that.
that. That's a whole nother topic though. Like we what is it called? It's kind of like fake it until you make
Fake
it.
it till you make it.
Yeah, because you see the rich people, they don't dress to impress. Like they don't, it's like whatever. But typically we got something to prove. We don't want to look poor. We don't want to look. But
Hmm.
rich people look poor. So what is that telling you? Like
Fake,
I
but
used to
fake it till you make
I used
what though? That's what I want to know. In that sense, what are you trying to make it to? What to make to be validated by somebody that don't care about you for real, or to be cool or something like that? To keep up with the Joneses and you can't keep up with them for real? To just to look like it? Because at the end of the day, you hurting yourself.
yeah.
You only hurting yourself just because you want a quick little, oh,
and
I'm
not
cute or something. Like, oh, I'm sweet. That's crazy.
and like I've always said, nothing spells broke like a money tattoo. If you gotta be all flashy, oh look, I got this, that, and this, that, and the third, you terrible at finance. You don't know how to manage your finances. I'm gonna say that right now. Because I have worked and dealt with a lot of very rich people, and I can honestly tell you, the jewelry they wear isn't even real half the time.
Mm.
Those aren't real Rolexes. Half the time those are knockoffs and they're cheap.
Alright.
They're not real. They may own maybe one or two for a very special occasion, but they've earned that. They can afford that.
Right.
Most of the shit that you see them wearing is fake. It ain't real.
And
Those
they can
aren't real
care less.
diamonds. That's not real gold. That's not real Rolexes. That's not none of that shit's real. None
Even
of
the
it.
rappers don't, not the rappers, but don't the celebrities say that? Like that they wear fake
Well,
jewelry?
good
Yeah.
morning.
Oh,
Good morning, man. What's the deal?
I just wanted
Oh,
to chime in on this point because I was mentored by a multimillionaire, and the man wore Walmart shoes and Walmart. Uh, I forget the name. It's a basic pair of jeans that he would always get, and he had one pair of jeans, but he had a hole in the knee, and he drove a truck that backfired on purpose. The man was worth $12 million. He did this deliberately. Now that he just wore basic white shoes from Walmart, multimillionaire. You know what I'm saying? Basic clothes, no name brand, anything. But yet he had like a chinchilla $5,000 coat or whatever, some ridiculously high price full length coat just because he liked it. But the one thing he instilled in me, he said, only poor people pay retail. He said,
Mm-hmm.
no one that I know that can afford Gucci, Prada, Louis Vuitton, we don't pay retail. He said that's why we have money. We always look for a discount. And he said, always remember this phrase. It's not how much it costs. How much is it worth? How much is it
Mm-hmm.
worth? Not how much did it cost you? He said it's the broke man that if it's $600 sneakers, I got to go out and get them. The rich guy will buy the sneakers from last season on sale at the outlet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're a year old and they're marked down from 600 to $75, or they're in the bargain bin, or the ones that weren't as popular. They still may buy them, but it's not a necessity. Rich people prioritize needs perspective in the proper perspective. It's the poor man that prioritizes wants as needs and needs as wants. That's why you'll have someone being evicted, but they have everything in their closet is name brand, and they have a closet full of Jordans, but they get a pink slip because that in their mind those were needs, not wants. But their rent became a want and not a need. You know what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
Like, if a person doesn't evaluate their life with assets and liabilities early on, or at least develop an aspect of understanding what an asset or a liability is in their life, they can't leverage money to be their number one employee. And this is key. If you've read Rich Dad, Poor Dad, the context of that book is simply this: make money your number one employee, not your physical body,
Mm-hmm.
not you as a person. Your money is your number one employee. You send your money out to make more money because that's what it's designed for. Money's not designed to be spent. That's a broke mentality. When people
Mm.
say, well,
Mm-hmm.
money's meant to be spent. as a consumer, you spend it, but money is meant to go out and make more of itself. Ask any banker;
Mm.
they'll tell you
Exactly.
the proper perspective of money. Why do you think they have so much? Because money is designed to make more of itself. That's why you have compound interest. That's why you have aspects where your money can sit quietly in a corner and make more of itself, and you go back 6 months later and you have an additional 7,000 or 5,000 or 200, or the money's making more of itself. And I think that's, as a demographic, we just as a people don't really understand. We don't have economic literacy. We don't understand the value of money. We don't understand money in its proper perspective, and we definitely don't make money our number one employee. We don't. We use
Mm.
it, and as fast as we get it, we spend it. That's why we're the number one consumer base, but yet we're the worst demographic for life insurance, which is crazy
Mm.
because we're burying our loved ones out of pocket. But yet we say we don't have the money
Okay.
to pay the premiums for life insurance, which is ridiculous.
Exactly.
I mean,
Because
you're
your
paying
priorities are
ten
messed up.
thousand dollars out of pocket to bury someone, but you have a conversation with a family member. I can't afford a life insurance policy. I can't pay that premium. Well, you just got a tax return. Your premium is probably
Mm.
$1,200.
And that's
Yep.
how they get rich sometimes. Like I can't tell y'all how many I used to also work for a funeral home. I know I've done everything. Like my life is weird. But like
Mm.
the other people, they take out policies on their parents, on their grandparents, on their loved ones who probably can't afford it. And it's like in return, make me your beneficiary, and I get, you know, I get rich when you die, like, or when
Well,
you
let me
get
give you a
like
perfect
That part.
example. If I took out a term life policy, right? Let's say any of you, anyone on the panel, you took out a term life policy on me, and let's say, unfortunately, boom, I'm gone. 5 years. Now, the policy pays out. Let's say, that depending on the term life policy that you placed on me, it cashes out at $400,000.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of generational wealth for the YT community is life insurance.
Yep.
It's not all from slavery,
right.
as a lot of people think. Well, it's all from, no, it's not from slavery. It's from economic literacy of the families making sure that the generational wealth through life insurance policies being passed down, passed down, passed down, that it accumulates wealth from generation to generation. Great grandma had a life
Mm.
insurance policy. The family may have paid off a house. Now they have equity in a home. They're borrowing money out of the house, using the house like a bank, and then everybody else has a life insurance policy. And then as they instead of spending it and blowing it all, so as the person passes, they use what they need from it, and then they continue the legacy of the economics and make sure that the premiums are paid out of the last person's life insurance policy. So it gets easier and easier as you go, generation to generation, where you just focus on paying the premiums and the policies are intact. Where the husband puts a policy on his wife, the wife puts a policy on the husband. Um, uh, they put a policy on the parents, and then the parent can put a policy on them. And you can put a policy on yourself. I know a young man, he's 27. He's paying his house off because he has a whole life insurance policy. He has three. He has a policy on his wife. His wife has a policy on him, and his parents have a policy on him. He's 27 years old,
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
You don't
but he
have a lot of
understands
that anymore.
the using his life insurance as a tool. And even for myself, I just recently had a conversation with my family about it. It was uncomfortable because there's never a good time to talk about it, but it's something that we as a people have to really get out of that mode of like it's a stigma or it's a bad omen. Like, why would you talk about that? I don't want to talk about that. Well, I know you don't, but I don't want to talk about how I'm going to bury you if you don't have a policy. You know what I'm saying? Like
Mm-hmm.
there's no good time to talk about it, but I
Right.
don't want to have to
Right.
bury someone during COVID. I'll just say this briefly. During COVID, I don't know if you all remember this, but on Facebook, I know on my timeline, I saw a lot of people with GoFundMe's, and I'm not making fun of anyone, so please, in the comment
No,
section, if
no.
this is something personal that happened, or even on the panel, if this is something personally happened, I'm not making fun of it. I'm just saying it made me really scrutinize where we are as a people and valuing life insurance policies. During COVID, there were a lot of people that lost loved ones due to COVID. But if you notice on your timeline, you saw a lot of people with GoFundMe's to bury them, and you
Hmm.
saw a lot of share. The one that got me the most, and I just stared at my screen on my phone because it hit me so hard. It was a church
That butt in the
that
building.
it was a church that literally had a chicken dinner to
Mm.
bury someone, and I'm thinking,
Oh my
And
gosh.
I wasn't in my mind. I couldn't wrap my mind around how much it would cost. I'm thinking, I don't even think you. How are you going to have enough chicken dinners to bury someone? You're talking possibly $5,000 to $10,000 minimum. You
I mean,
at
they
that point, that
probably do a cremation or something.
I was just going to say that at that point, there's cremation, and what a lot of funeral homes, and you the person on the panel that just said you worked for a funeral home,
Hmm.
you probably know about the layaway plan,
Yeah.
cremation layaway plan. They don't advertise this to the public, but if you are down on your luck and the family's literally reaching in their pockets because they're saying we can't keep your loved one in the refrigerator, without a resolution here. We're at day three.
Hmm.
We need you to do something. We're hoping that you can do something before day seven. We can't just leave them here. And then everyone's literally going in their pockets and calling their bank accounts and checking their cards to scrape something together. And they'll say, well, I'll take what you can give me now.
Hmm.
This is how much the stainless steel urn costs, and this is how much the cremation process costs. And then the family gives them what they have, and they say, listen, this is what we can do. We can we can go through the process, but basically it's a layaway plan, and we'll put them in the back, and until the payment is satisfied, you can take your loved one home.
Right.
I guarantee a lot of people are doing that. It's not broadcast because it's not the first choice, and a lot of people have never heard of it and don't know anything about it, but it's very real. The person is literally on a layaway plan,
Right.
So
and
I want to address something in the comments real quick. So, Rise, you're talking about, you said a few things in there. You said that, um, true, but blacks weren't allowed to participate in that. It was basically illegal for us to build then. And then you said we couldn't even sue a YT person back in the day or own land. How is building wealth likely? He just told you.
It's not now.
He literally
you
just
do
told
it
you how
now.
to build wealth now.
Put a term life policy on your mother and your father, and also get a whole life policy if you want a policy that you can actually borrow off of after the first year. The whole life policy is basically for your life, for your living expenses. If you have a history of heart attack, stroke, or cancer, you add that in there. Your premium may possibly be $1,200 for the year. Just pay it off of your tax return.
Right.
365 days later, if you need to borrow 10 grand out of if it's $50,000 policy and you need to borrow 10 grand off of it, watch how the money grows. You take 10 grand off and use it as a down payment on a rental property. Or you get a duplex, live in half of it, rent the other half out. What do? You start putting the money back into your life insurance policy. Your policy becomes a bank in its essence. I mean, they say on record you're not supposed to look at your life insurance policy as a bank, but that's for you to borrow off of it. It's available through a whole life policy. Now, again, if you set up a term life, the the amount is larger, but consult a professional on this. Sit down
Hmm.
and see life insurance policies for what they are. I mean, I get it. The past is the past, but we are the worst demographic in America for life insurance policies. When they say the median income of blacks will be zero by 2053, it's
Mhm.
because a large part of that, if you read the actual, I believe it was the MSNBC article, if you read down through it, what they cite as the number one reason, life insurance policies. We won't have a legacy of it from now until 2050. If we stay on this trajectory, we are going to miss. I believe the estimated amount was $3 trillion worth of life insurance policies and other economic aspects that we just are not partaking in. It's not that we're being held back. It's not that we can't. It, we're not engaging or educating ourselves to take advantage of these
Right.
opportunities.
Mr. Ken, like you're 100% correct. And I think, and I'm only saying this because I think I used to think like this. People hear that and they just don't think it's like, I can't even grasp that. That's not for me. Like it's not attainable for me. Like, we don't, if we don't, we think other people have specialized knowledge that doesn't apply to us, if that makes sense.
Right,
And
right.
and until you experience it, And the way that I started working for a funeral home is because my grandfather passed away in 2007, and we didn't have enough money to bury him. And the family gets scarce when it's time to, like, kick in some money. And I'm like, this is the patriarch of our family. Like, guys, come on. Like, I'm 18 years old, or yeah, I'm 18 years old, and I'm seeing his children not even want to, like, put him away nicely. So we luckily found this funeral home that charged like half the price that the other ones were charging. And she worked with us. She's like, I'll put him away nicely. Just, work for me. She wanted us to work for her. And we did it. And thank God we did it, because it actually put a lot of things into perspective. I'm 18 to 19, and I'm working, I'm being a funeral attendant now. I'm learning about the business. And I'm like, everybody needs to know about this. Like, this lady, she went all out. Like, we couldn't find his army records. She, like, looked it up for us. um it was just like, it was just so comforting in that moment. And we tried to get a lot of other people to use her, because she was the only one that was charging like a reasonable rate and working with families. But people like to go with the big name in the community. And but I'm so grateful to have that experience, because in that moment we really needed some help. So I'm
Right.
just like, going forward, we gotta, I'm talking to my aunties and my uncles. I'm like, y'all gotta get health insurance, or life insurance, because we're not going through this again. Like, nobody's begging y'all to contribute. Nobody's begging the public and everybody to come out of pocket to bury you. I'm sorry. That's just it's embarrassing, for one. And it's a lot of stress. It's stressful. So still to this day, I think maybe one of my 8 grandmother's children have life insurance, and they do not want to have that conversation. And even going through that, but me, like, now that I know, I'm actually happy when I can increase my policy. For me and my husband,
Well,
like, he's a probation officer, so he gets to, like, he's up to like 7 times his salary. And I'm like, if one of us kick, it's gonna be lit. That's how I look at it. Like, we gonna be lit. My
Mm-hmm.
children gonna be lit. So I see it that way. I know that's a horrible way to think about it, but
actually, it's not though. It's really not because when you look at if anyone in the comment section, if you want to really see how the Rockefeller family built their wealth, the initial patriarch, he made it a point to put the life insurance policies under a trust, and the trust was the
Mm-hmm.
beneficiary of the life insurance policies of the family lineage. So that's why they are worth, what is it, 400 billion, some ridiculous large amount of money, because each generation, your life insurance policy, by the nature of the trust, is folded into the trust. So it's a given. It's not like it's an option for you to say, well, I'm just not going to have a life insurance policy. If you are a Rockefeller, it's something that you do. It's not even something that's discussed as something possible or something should you do it. It's something that they do because it works. And what they did with the trust is they built, basically they treat their trust as a family bank through the lineage of the life insurance policies that have paid out through the generations, and the beneficiary is the trust, is the Rockefeller trust. But then when you look at all the assets that they own, they leverage money out of the the beneficiary or the trust, and they leverage property and real estate and broker deals through the money that is given to the beneficiary. So the beneficiary isn't necessarily one person. It's it's structured into the trust, and that's for every Rockefeller. So if people are wondering, well, how do I go about this? Find a reputable individual in regards to life insurance, and ask them specifically what you'd like to see. Some people just are very simple and just want burial. They just want, some type of mechanism just for the burial, death benefit, something that covers the casket, the flowers, a big picture of themselves, and the amenities once they're put in the ground in the headstone. But the point is, they're proactive to do that in advance, and once that's done, it's done. Um, even to the point of having, let's say, an IRA, right?
Mhm.
When you have an IRA and you max it out each year with what is it, $6,000 per year for 5 years. So you're looking at 30,000. Grandparents in the YT community usually do this to their grandchildren. If you just talk to them, you'll see, oh, this is a gift. This is their gift to the baby. Think about it, by the time that child's 5, they have a Roth IRA. But then when you look at the maturity, by the time they're 40 or 50, they have the IRA in a large sum of money. So let's say looking at a 401k and a pension. By the time they're ready to retire, let's say roughly 65, they're looking at possibly $1 million collectively. $1 million based on these small moves along the way. That's not even factoring the life insurance policy. That's the IRA, pension, 401k.
Now,
So
mind you,
we
that's
want
when you're 65 because they've raised the retirement age to 70.
correct, but the reason I'm saying that is we work side by side people that are closet millionaires, and we are literally working side by side with them. We work in the same factories with them. We work in the same businesses with them. And they come in every day with their Walmart shoes, Walmart clothes, because that's not a priority to them. Their priorities are I want to pay off my house, or I want to sell my house and I want to get a bigger house, or I want to get a rental property, or I want to get a cottage and a boat near the water. There's other things that they're prioritizing over their general look. Plus, for practical purposes, people with money don't want to look like a target. That's why
I've
they'll
heard.
drive, a
About
Ford
to say that.
Escort because they don't want to get jacked at the red light. It's that simple. They don't want to get jacked in public. I mean,
I've heard.
if Bill Gates was just walking down the street with a baseball cap, nobody would know who he was. That's the point. He doesn't want you to know. Warren Buffett drives a Pinto or a Gremlin, lives in the same house that he had for years. Those aren't their priorities. Their priorities is that they protect the the vehicle of finances because they know that's what makes life easier when you leverage your money as your number one employee. It makes your life in general easier. So I just think personally what I scrutinize, I notice that we prioritize our wants over needs, and we go out of our way to bend over backwards to go broke trying to impress someone else who really doesn't care one way or another what we have. That's something we try to convince ourselves. Well, they see me shining. I got these new Jordans at $500. They'll look at them and go, "Oh, okay, that's cool. All right, all right." But yet,
Mm-hmm.
behind the scenes, the lights are getting cut off, gas is getting cut off, about to get evicted, have to move, cars getting repoed. That's the stuff that it's what's more important. And we are the number one consumers in America to our detriment. Now, I'll say this, and then I will have to drop down. I
That's.
have to finish my day. But
Oh, go
my
ahead.
concern is this: when we go in July 1st, Fed now, and we go to the CBDC, central bank digital currency. Anyone that's thinking, well, I'll just roast my credit card now because if we're doing away with cash, I'll just go delinquent on my credit card. Don't do it. Don't kill your credit
Mm-mm.
because I guarantee if it's anything like China, your credit score will flip into a social credit score. I'm going to say that again. Your credit
Yep.
score will be representative of your social credit score or how responsible you are in paying your bills. So if you think, well, I got a $10,000 credit limit, I'll just roast it before July and just let it go to collections. Okay, it's gonna negatively hit your credit score. But when we go into digital currency, if America copies aspects of China's structure, we're going to have a social credit score as well, and it's going to be representative of how responsible you are with paying your bills on time, and just they'll have incentives just like they do in China. If you pay your bills on time, you'll get certain perks and frequent flyer miles and free tickets and discounts on hotels to make it if you become the model citizen. But it's if we don't get this now, and we just have what months. If we don't get this now, the
Mm-hmm.
central bank, this CBDC, central bank digital currency, the dollar will be reevaluated at a lesser amount. So it will not be a one-to-one exchange. It won't be $1 for one CBDC. it's going to be less because they're going to reset the dollar globally because it will be dethroned as the global standard currency or the number one currency, and they're going to move away from our currency, and we're going to go to an autonomous currency that'll be representative internationally. It's just America's not discussing this because I think our government understands that our population is not ready to psychologically take that in
I'm not ready to take that in.
because
Right.
it's
So,
it may be literally overnight
I don't
reevaluated
want to
at 50.
interrupt, but I'm about to drop because I'm like, this is amazing information. But I've been up all night, so I'm actually gonna go to sleep. But it's definitely I followed everybody in here, and I hope everybody has a good rest of the day.
Bless
You
you.
too. Have a good day, AJ.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that part in regards to the CBDC. It's not going to be a one-to-one exchange, and it's going to shake up a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Um, they're speculating it could be as low as 20 cents.
Wow.
That's completely devastating. But I'm, from what I've been seeing, roughly 50 to 70 cents at least initially. So what that means is on Thursday you can have $10,000 just sitting in your bank account and wake up Friday morning and now you have $5,000. Like
That is.
literally that it would be that sudden. That you were saying?
I just said that is scary. That's
Yeah.
that's horrible.
Well, that it's something that we as a people have to understand. If people are blowing their tax returns now, don't do it. What I suggest, and this is, I'm not a financial advisor, and this is for entertainment purposes because I know TikTok has the algorithm. What I strongly suggest, buy gold and silver. That's just my suggestion. Silver hit $25 an ounce. I remember for years silver was $5 an ounce. It's at $25 an ounce right now. Gold is knocking on the door of $2,000 an ounce, and a year ago it was roughly $1,600 to $1,700 an ounce. They're speculating gold will possibly hit $3,000 an ounce when the dollar drops because millionaires need leverage against the dollar. They need to invest their money into something that's more stable, and that's what they're doing. They're getting precious metals, gold and silver. So I'm just sharing this in the live because I know a lot of people are economically not literate. And it's not a slight, and I'm not being funny, I'm not being demeaning. I'm trying to shed a little light and possibly light a little fire under someone so that they start asking questions with financial advisors or a bank or go to their bank or just get the ball rolling and say, what do I do? Because what they're speculating is if you're just going to leave your money in the bank, you're going to lose your shirt. If you just let it just sit there, you're going to wake up with less money if you don't actually start putting it into something else that's going to generate money.
Mm.
And that's for those that are being responsible and not buying the Jordans and not doing this and that. If you're just leaving their money in the bank, it's just gonna be reevaluated. But if you're not leveraging it into buying property, if you're not putting it into life insurance, if you're not putting it into another vehicle, IRA, so on and so forth, if it's just green cash, it's going to be a liability to you once they restructure the value of the dollar because it's going to hit your bank account and it's going to hit your 401k and every other aspect that's tied to the dollar that we can't control, like the 401ks and pension plans. This is going to hit every American simultaneously starting in July 1st. So I urge anyone in this live, look up Fed Now. This is not my opinion. This is not something I thought up or just randomly looked into. There is an official website set up by the government, Fed Now, and it walks you through what's going to happen July 1st and how to use it. So
Say it again.
educate your. It's called Fed Now.
Fed.
FED Fed
Okay.
Now, FEDNOW. Go to the website and you'll see that it has all the information there that you need in regards to what's coming. Because at some point we are going to go cashless. It's not going to be immediate because we are the standardized global currency, but we are going to be removed from that position. And at some point there will be an autonomous currency that will not be tied to any country. That will be the global standard currency, and that's what the world is moving to. And America is just going to have to wake up and understand that as a nation, but the people need to start looking into that now. So I urge you, Fed now, look into it and educate yourselves on that so that you can know how to set yourselves up for success. And part of that is still a life insurance policy. To the host, I appreciate you for allowing me this moment. Um, I appreciate any platform that would allow this type of information because it's not every live. Most lives don't even talk about this stuff or talk about anything to do with economic literacy. But it's important, especially for us, because this could possibly be a tsunami socially and economically that would literally send shockwaves into our community for generations to come if we do not take action now.
Right. I'm
And
definitely
again,
gonna.
thank you.
Thank you so much. Kev, where you at, boy? Or man, sorry.
The heck?
Everybody left.
Oh shoot!
Everybody left.
I was in the. I clicked off my page. It came back. He disappeared. I'm like, what the heck?
Yeah, he said he had to
Oh, okay.
do something.
Yeah,
I'm sure you were up all night too, right?
I most definitely was.
I saw it on y'all face. I'm like, wow, they done been live all
Been
night.
man, right?
I can't do it. I gotta go to sleep by 9 o'clock.
I barely cake myself. Shoot, man, I'm
Well,
working 6 days now.
oh,
I literally probably done fell asleep like 3 times on the line. Came back,
oh my! Please get some sleep. Please get some.
but
But thanks so
okay.
much for he said, for allowing this information. Like, I really love your topics, and you know, I love the positivity and the education. It's
Yeah.
not too many platforms like this, so thank you.
Oh yeah, for sure. You already know. You already know.
Go to
What you
sleep.
had on the you dipping out?
Well, I mean, I'll stay up. Somebody's got a troll.
Oh, speak. He said about. Oh, that go PQ would have if he would have came in early. He would have loved what my man was talking about. He loved that talk right there. They love that wealth, dealing with wealth and stuff. But hey, we got 33 people up in here, right? So if y'all want to hit the box, y'all can hit the box. But tell me how y'all feel about the topic now. Now we back on the topic, especially that last one. That last one should get to that should ring a lot of bells. Just because you have the same skin with you doesn't mean they trying to win with you.
That's real. That's real. That's the realest thing, and it's disappointing because you think, but it's disappointing, and I don't, for the life of me, understand that.
hmm A lot
It's
of people,
even people within the same families, you know.
right? With the family, even the family, right?
Yeah, and I just like I don't understand y'all. Like, I don't understand this at all. Like, it kind of forces you to take on the mentality of, all right, well, it's everybody for themselves. Every man for themselves. But that's a disastrous way too, because you need family, you need people.
Yeah,
We need to band together, but they make it
we
so
need.
difficult.
You know, we need people that's gonna help us grow at the end of the day. It
Yeah.
might not have to be family. It might not have to be the same skin tone. It might not have to be the same religion. You know what I'm saying? That's this is all getting to the point of me. It was just like my room. This is my whole point actually on this app is to bring some type of unity and make people aware. You know what I'm saying? Tell people. I mean, show people that we gotta start being more accountable. That way we can get out this victim mindset that a lot of us be in and all this stuff, and so we can grow. Because the thing is, we just stuck in this one There's one way of thinking and always gotta blame something or why we in the predicaments we in now and act like we can't do nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? We just be sitting in our own sorrows and everybody literally on here is went through something or has gone through something or whatever. It's
Yeah.
just everybody in this competitive stuff is getting bad. Like, oh, yo bad ain't as bad as my bad and all that stuff. So you don't know what you talk like, dog. What's the point? My thing is, what is you gonna sit here and stay in where you at for the rest of your life? Like that's a horrible way to go out. You know what I'm saying? Complain yourself all into your grave. That's
That-
crazy.
That's their specialty. That's the specialty.
That's crazy. That's sad. That is sad.
But it makes so much sense because have you ever, I don't know, if you do come from a big family, have you ever spent like a lot of time together with, you know, siblings or something?
Cousins and yeah.
Yeah. So if you spend too much time with people that think just like you, that look just like you start to
Mm-hmm.
get sick of them, right? It's like, look, I gotta
If
get.
yup.
Y'all start to get sick of each other, and
Mm-hmm.
that might force you to go outside of whatever, and experience something else. And just that experience is like, okay, like I don't, I grow when I hear other people's perspectives. I get tired of hearing the same people that think like me, that look like me, that got the same struggles as me. Like it's just too much. I'm experiencing myself all the time. I get sick of myself. So
My boy is in here.
yeah,
I got part two of this, my buddy. He the one that got me to get this topic going.
is
You
that
said how did your mother remember you said educate yourself? I made sure I educated myself before I put that up there, right? So we
nice?
gotta look up what nationality mean. Do you believe there is an interracial agenda? I think everybody has some type of agenda. I don't want to just specify. I don't know. I mean, it can be, but everybody got their own agenda. I think you know, it does depend. Everybody literally have their own agenda.
We're all
I
interracial.
don't like separating stuff. I don't get why we do that anyways, but literally everybody has some type of agenda. It might not meet what you feel, but even the stuff that we feel, our stuff don't even meet with one another sometimes. The country that you are a citizen of.
Can
Yeah,
they?
that's the law wise. Yeah, through the law. Yeah, before law, nationality they had nations, right? That was before law, they had nations. That means whatever you were born in, whatever land you were born in, was your nationality. That's how that works. So that's the reason why I said your mother, right? Because she can literally be in America and have you in China, and you will be your nationality be China. Well, let me see, not China, but
Chinese
Asian. I'm gonna say Asian. My bad.
or Asian?
Right. So that's how that works. That's
Can you?
literally how that works.
Can he come up? Cause I don't know much.
I looked up nationality. We done talked about it long enough. So
Oh,
he can come up. He know he's welcome to come up, man. I've been trying to talk to him. I believe if you go outside, you are
mm,
betraying. If you go outside, you are betraying.
she's talking about interracial dating.
How's you betraying? Betraying who? Everybody got their own. Everybody.
I used to think that. Um, I don't know how to pronounce your name, but I used to think that, and now it's kind of like it's. I don't.
We betray our own selves, let alone talking about. But that's the crazy stuff, though. Like these people that be having this problem with other people got problems within their families. Don't even check that, but got the nerve to check other stuff. That makes no sense. We got. That's why I be saying we got bigger problems to worry about. Our family don't even like us.
That's.
Talk about betraying. Like
I
that's
don't think it's
wild.
praying. I think we need to see each other as human, and
At the
you
end of the day.
you can miss out on somebody that's so perfect for you, but you won't ever get to experience it because you know you're just not.
Is that I feel you? That's just your opinion. I feel you. Butter is in the building.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, how you
Ooh,
feeling?
butter.
I'm pretty
This
good.
the
I'm so
spices
glad you're on this
days.
topic because we as a people can be the worst. Like other
Boom.
communities, they can let their loved ones live with them until they get on their feet. They save money and they get out, have money for a down payment for a house. If
Hmm.
you let somebody live with you, oh my God, you still living at home with your mama and dad. I mean, like
Right.
we down each other. Well, other communities are building off of that. People don't kick their kids out like we do. Well, I don't, but a
Preach.
lot of our people do. Once you turn 18, now you got to get out and you got to make it. I had to make it and figure it out. Now you got to make it and figure it out. Why? Why do we do that to our children? So,
They
yeah, we
preach.
have a lot of work to do. A lot. We have to heal as a community. We continue, we don't even realize we're continuously hurting each other because it's just so embedded in us. My mama
Hmm.
did it that way and her mama and her mama. So that's why I'm doing it.
On fire.
That doesn't mean it's right.
This the spice part, y'all.
I'm sorry, I just got on a tangent, but
Now
that's
you doing
all.
your thing. Do your thing. Make it hot. Make it hot up in here. I want to see that fire filter come. But you on to something for sure, for sure. Yeah,
I just get tired of it, like
me
and
too.
then and then we're the biggest complainers. Well, society's, they're holding us back. They're not. No, we're holding ourselves back. When we do have the opportunities to fix things and make things right and build as a community, we don't do it. We will tear each other down. If I'm at this job, awesome job and my friend wants to get hired behind low key, I would tell the manager, you might not want to hire them, and then smile on their face. Girl, I gave put a good word in. So I'm telling you, don't ever ask your friend to put no good word in. You make your moves silently because people, we as a community, we don't want to see another person live as good as us or
So,
better.
so is you saying so? Your whole family together? They all together. They bunched together like the other cultures and stuff. I gotta see this one. This don't even sound right. Because even if it was that, it wouldn't be so much anger how stuff is around and just in general though, like because like you like Butter was saying about that everybody be because I struggle, you have to struggle, you gotta go through, you know what I'm saying, that has always, it's been like that for a while, so that's not even brand new. I don't even know why we acting like that's new, but we know that's how I go because we already know we one of the main ones that grew up in a heavy type way, right? We hold up. So that's why we be passing our or dumping our stuff to the next situation. That's why they grow up the way they grow up. Hold on, let me let him up. But yeah, I'm pretty sure if you ask a lot of black families, a lot of them then is probably can relate on that situation. My immediate family, yes, but my grandfather bought a house. Yeah.
Can I
So
just say something?
what's the deal pattern? Welcome to the live.
All right. So I think it all depends. Like I don't agree and I don't disagree with Butterlicious, but I think it depends on what type of community you come from. Like for example, um, I'll just give you a little background. Like my father's from Jamaica and my mother's from Trinidad. And so I guess maybe that might be the difference. I don't know because I'm first generation United States. So when I was a young boy, me, my brothers and sisters, my mother made us do chores and things like that so that when we got ready to go to university, she paid, I mean, they paid us money. And so when we got ready to go to university, we had a nice little egg to start with. So I don't know. And my parents, they were like, because I went to NYU, so my mother let me stay in her house all 4 years of going to New York University.
Mm.
So I don't
Well,
know. I think it has to do with
I feel
just
you.
different
I
communities, different people, different.
yeah,
Because what we
yeah.
forget is that even with
You did
us
say you're
being,
first generation.
yeah,
Um,
Mm-hmm.
a child here, so your family's not from here.
Yeah. So I could
yeah,
say
They
yeah.
don't
Now
have
that
that's
that
can be
mindset. So we're
evenly.
talking about two. I'm talking about people like your your parents, where they're from, how they'll come over here and they'll let their kids live in their homes, or their other family members live in their homes until they can get on their feet. They
yeah,
work together. I'm talking
yeah.
about Black Americans. We don't do that.
No, it makes sense
Majority.
to no. It totally makes sense to me. That's why I was just saying that when we say black people, we're not a monolith. So like certain black people do this, certain black people do that. I'm
Yeah, I
not
feel you on that.
totally disagreeing agreeing with you because I'm not so educated on, you know what I mean, on that particular subject. I'm just saying, for me, it sounds a little bit like, why wouldn't you want your kids to stay in your house? I mean, throwing a
And it's
16,
it's
18
one
year
it's
out
songs that
is
doing it's a
crazy,
lot that's doing it. It's a lot.
you
But
know.
I
But
do feel
again,
you
I
on
grew,
that.
I have a whole different experience. I grew up in the
Yeah,
suburbs
most
of New
definitely. I
York.
think everybody got their
And,
own experience and stuff, though, for
yeah.
sure they do. But what was I about to? It
Like I
was
would say, it
something
didn't
else.
happen to me, but I see it happen so much, and it didn't happen to my children. But when you learn better, when you know better, you do better, and that's why I'm
Exactly.
just trying to put it out there
Yeah.
because a lot of people don't even realize they're doing it. They think they're doing the right thing, but sometimes
Mhm.
once they learn and realize what they're doing, but we got to talk about it. So even though it didn't
Exactly.
affect me, I know it has affected a lot of other kids, a lot of
So do
other.
you got?
On this app, they make fun of people all the time for living at home with their mom or
Yeah,
I
parents
that's
mean,
not new. That's nothing
I
new.
mean,
That's why
I
I be
live.
or
wondering.
their brother.
I know they heard that before.
I mean, right now, I live in Germany because I'm actually a clinical researcher here, and it's interesting. It's the complete opposite here in Europe. It's like if you're not 28 and living with your parents, people are like, "What's wrong with you?" Do you know what I mean? Because things are expensive. So you're like, we got people that's 28, 30 still living at home. It's the smartest thing to do, actually, to live with your parents.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's all the way different for sure
Yeah.
here. Yeah, it's
It's
kind of
completely.
different now, especially the more as we growing. It's yeah, that living with the parent stuff is that's a wrap on that. You dang near considered a bum. But I was about to say like, all right, do you got family? So all your family still they do they grow with each other and stuff like just like how a lot of these other cultures do. That's what I'm trying to
Well,
get to the
we
difference
have.
on that because I feel like we are the main ones that don't work with each other out of
Well, this
all
is
the.
how this is how basically how my family, Jamaicans, I think Caribbean people, depending on what island, whatever it is, we have different mentality. When we come to the when my parents came to the United States, my father in particular, United States is like the promised land. So they came there with an objective, and that objective was that one will go over there and work and bring the other one. And so basically that's all my family did. So once my father was established, he brought his brother and then so on and so forth. Because I mean every other culture, Jewish people do it, everybody else does that. So that's basically what it is. It's like we consider ourselves a unit, that if one is successful, then it's their responsibility to help and help the other one to be successful. So for example, my
Ooh,
father
that
once
sounds
my
good.
father once my father became successful, he became more because he owns a construction company. When he became successful, he then brought one of my uncles over, but in that time, my uncle had children, and my father was paying for my cousins to go to school. You know what I mean? So that they got their education. And then in return, my other uncle, once he came over, that uncle paid for, do you know what I mean? It's like a train. Really. It's really, really, I mean, everybody does that. That's how we're taught. That how is it that when people say I got a rich aunt, if you got a rich aunt, that means you should have rich aunts, not singular. You should have plural, if that makes sense.
Mm.
No?
Hold up, I
Hello?
got you. I'm just trying to type something.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
I got you. I heard you though.
Yeah. I
Makes
mean, that's
sense
just
to
how.
me because how can one person have money and everybody else be broke when,
Yeah.
like, like when people see, I'm not saying I'm far from rich, but I'm living a pretty good life. And when people see me, they always say, I want to be like you when I grow up. I said, no, you don't. You want to be better than me. And I'm going to teach you how to be better than me. I'm going to tell
Mhm.
you all the things you need to do to get so you can have a life better than mine. And
Exactly.
like that rich aunt, why is she not coming and showing, okay, this is what I did to get my money. This is what we need to do as a family.
Exactly. I mean, to me, I find it unusual. I mean, don't nobody, I mean, I don't know. For me, I think it's very important to be a unit if you are a family, to just be, I mean, that's what I was taught, that you are a unit and everybody should eat. Not one person is eating more than the other.
Yeah, I wish it really worked. That's what I'm saying though. That do sound good though, but I'm gonna say the main thing that's kind of blocking a lot of us. is that it's ego. It's that ego thing I always be talking about. It's because like some, especially when they become grown, or
Mm-hmm.
and they be saying, oh yeah, you could be better, but soon as they got some type of sign, or your child or somebody get better, right? Then
Mm-hmm.
they look at it like, uh it'd be a whole problem. It'd be that competitiveness and stuff. Then they grow to end up not liking each other and all that stuff. I mean, it just be it's families that's out there like that. It's even families like, I bet you it's a lot of families, and these ones that be saying this together, they got, it's no way, you know what I'm saying? It's, they got grudges in the family. They fight. They be fighting once because of simple little disagreements, especially like this. The fact that we can see that we can't, some of the stuff that a lot of us don't even disagree on that. So to believe that we got families that come together and we can't, and we can't even handle a simple disagreement on apps nowadays, that's just crazy. You know what I'm saying? It take little stuff like that. And people, like I said, ego gets in the way of that situation because people don't like to be wrong. They don't like to feel wrong. Then they feel wrong, they feel like they stupid and all that stuff. When they feel stupid, they feel like they start getting defensive and all that stuff. Because like a lot of people is hurt. A lot of people hurt. A lot of families are hurt and all that stuff. And they take it out on each other because of this stuff that they got taught about the past that they never personally experienced. You know what I'm saying? They might experience a little bit of certain situations, but then
Mm-hmm.
they take it out on each other after that.
Absolutely. You know what I think too is that what I see just with friends and stuff is, and I'm not saying my family is perfect because of course we have, our little issues or whatever. But I think what is interesting, a lot of families don't have, they're just family by blood. Do you know what I mean? They don't have no ethos. They don't have no, do you know what I mean? No unity within the family. Like,
Exactly.
for example, in my family, we have something that we say to each other. We say, I
We
am
call
because
them relatives.
we say, I am because we are. We say that all to each other. All of my cousins know that. That's like a family motto. It's like, I am because we are. So that means that we are a unit. It doesn't matter. You cannot disagree with me. You can not like me for a couple of minutes, but we are a family through and through. And we're going to
Mhm.
be, like somebody asked in the chat, like, how can your aunt, if she's a lawyer, make you I don't know, where is it, somebody was like, if your aunt is a lawyer, how can she make you rich? It's a little bit more complex than that. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know if
And
that
some of
makes
them don't
sense.
want to put it in the time. Like I said, some people be like, I put in all this work to get up to where I'm at. So it's your turn to do it. I'm not about to just give you a hand me down of what I did. That's what I be meaning about with that ego stuff, right? Because like
Mhm.
it ain't the same like that over. If it was, a lot of stuff that we be complaining about, we wouldn't be talking about it on this app and stuff like, oh, where I'm pressed and all this other stuff or whatever. If our families was working how they supposed to be working together, we wouldn't be even noticing that for real.
Exactly.
That's all
you
I'm
know my
saying.
like my father, he used to say this to us all the time. He was like, the world doesn't matter what, if you're black, white, whatever, the world doesn't owe you anything. It was here before you, it will be here after you.
Hmm.
Your job, even if the world does owe you something, you're not gonna get it. So your job, on while you here, while you're on this planet, is to try to get to your best self, come hell or high
Exactly.
water.
That's what I be
And it's
saying.
not supposed to be, especially if you're black. Like what my mother told us when we was in high school, just before we was getting ready to graduate high school. My mother told us, she sat us all down, as six of us. She said, you know what? In this life, you are going, as black boys and girls, you are going to have to work at 150 at all times just to get half of what someone who is mediocre and is the color of my palm.
Hmm.
And she instilled that in us. So you know what I mean? It's just I don't know, man. I don't know what the breakdown is in the communities, because it's sad though, because we have the potential. Like when I look at it, right? Because I've had conversations similar to this. When I look at it, right? My father came, and I know this is individual, but he came to United States with nothing, with absolutely nothing. He barely could speak proper English. So I'm not the person that say, oh well, you should pick yourself up by your bootstraps. But why is it that someone who comes to the country with nothing is the same ethnicity as you, and somehow they figure it out? And
Exactly.
it's
That's
not
what
just my
literally we was
partner.
just talking about. We was literally
Yeah,
talking about that. Because it's a
yeah.
mindset thing. It's all about that mindset. If you keep on with that victim mindset, you're not gonna do anything to help your life. You're just gonna keep on blaming why you at where you at because of something else, except for because you choose not to put in that work. It's just a lot of people just got that. It's just not like I said. They either naturally lazy or spoiled or something like that. And now that they found
Mhm.
something to refer some stuff back to, that's what they're gonna they're gonna stick with that and then keep continuing and blame it on that. That's what
Mhm.
it's gonna be. They got an excuse now.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it's very interesting. I'll tell you another really quick story. I remember being in like eighth grade, and my grandmother was still alive then. And again, we brought her from Jamaica. You know what I mean, to come live with us in her later years. And I remember one day I was like, I don't want to go to school. I don't want to go to school. My grandmother, she used to, when your grandparents tell you, when they call you not by your name but by your title, she was like, grandson, sit down, right? You know
Mhm.
you about to get something. So she was like, sit down. She was like, you come from people that survived in the bowels of a slave ship because people, Jamaica had slavery too. A lot of people don't know that. But
Exactly, right.
you come from the people that after how many people, millions of people died in these oceans here. You come from a people that survived in the bowels of a slave ship. And then on top of that, there's people in this country. There were people in this country who fought for you to have an education. And you telling me you can't go into class and sit your chocolate chip ass down for 6 hours and listen to a teacher?
Right.
And every time I feel like not doing something, them ancestors, my friend, they be whispering. I'd be like, let me get my ass up and do what I need to
Hmm.
do because I owe it. And this is the thing, how you're taught. I owe it to them. I owe
Yep.
it to those people that got spit on, that got treated, like they was less than a dog.
Hmm.
I owe it to them to have the best life that I possibly can. I owe it to them
There
because
you go.
they fought for me to be in the position I'm in. And people forget, people think it's corny when we say we stand on the shoulders of giants. Really, we literally
And
do. And
and
so, oh, sorry, I don't mean
no,
to.
no, you can do. You can go. I'm gonna say it
No,
real
I'm
fast
just
after
saying
that.
that I think when we start instilling, instead of all this other stuff that we be worried about, the white man this, the white man that, when we start instilling into our people that you are a strong people, you have the potential to do things beyond your
Exactly.
wildest belief. Like
Exactly.
I remember, my great aunt, she's the last person in that generation who recently died. And we was just showing her, because I also think it's very important that you get your stories from your relatives, your older relatives. You should be videotaping and recording because some of them had just magnificent lives. And that's part of your family history. Yeah. And so we was just showing her, my sister, she was in Dubai, and I'm living in Germany. I got cousins, everywhere, Holland, Switzerland. And my great aunt, she was like 82, and she started crying. And we was like, "Why are you crying?" Because she was like, when I was a little girl, I didn't even know I was gonna leave Jamaica. And I have all of these people, y'all, my great nephews and stuff like this, that y'all have lived a life that I didn't even think was even possible. And that was really, you know what I mean? And I owe it to her. You know what I mean? When she was cleaning white people's houses, you know what I mean? Taking care of their kids. I owe it to my grandmother, my great aunt, to be the best black man that I can be.
There you go. And I
You,
like
you
that.
understand what I mean?
And look, and this is what I was about to get to. Now, this is the problem right here, and this is what I'm figuring out. And I think I mentioned this in one of my contents before. Is like the problem is that and I like how you had said it. So the problem is that people it's not that they just they not trying to be better. They want to be better than somebody else rather than be better than themselves. That's what they don't want to better themselves. They want to be better than
Mhm.
somebody else. That's how they feel like they can get their get back because they got that or you know what I'm saying? That's where they feel like their happiness is gonna be at. But the real thing is just like you said, to be the best version you can be. You don't have to be the best in the world. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. Everybody be fighting to be the best instead of trying to be
Mhm.
a better version of yourself. and that's where you get
Exactly.
hurt at and all that because you can't be the best. Well, you know
Exactly.
what I'm saying? It's always gonna be somebody better.
Exactly.
That's just
And
like it's people that's doing worse than us, right? And they can
exactly.
say the same thing about us. Y'all little spoiled selves complaining and stuff, and we can barely get a meal. We can barely get none of this stuff, and y'all the ones over here acting like and they come
Yeah,
together. That's what's making crazy. They come together with
exactly.
less than us. That's why I be
Exactly.
like, dog, people is man, they
Y'all got
spoiled,
clean
man.
air. You realize y'all got clean air, y'all got clean water, y'all got clean. You know what
Yep.
I mean? Like, and
Clean
we
booty to
over
wipe it. They wiping themselves with leaves and stuff out here and still, you know what I'm
exactly
saying? Man.
true. Do you know what I mean? So it's very very interesting, and I don't know. I think very often that sometimes, as you said, as I came into the live, is sometimes we have to admit it. We are our worst enemies.
Yep.
You know, one of the biggest things my mother told me, right? And my mother's a psychiatrist. She said, get the fuck out your own way. And that's what we need to do as people. We need to get the fuck out of our own way.
Yep. I always tell people that you limit yourself. That's the main thing. That's the only person that limited is ourselves.
Exactly. Because of course there's systems. I'm not denying that there's not systems to keep us down, but
Yeah.
your job is to navigate yourself through those systems and on the way try to dismantle those systems. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not
Even
just
if that
sitting. Yeah, sorry.
even if with that situation, right, they want to say that, all right, they're keeping me down. You still, like I said, at the end of the day, our life is only really our life at the end of the day. You still have options. You got an option if you want to stay in this system or move somewhere else and be in something else.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So you living
Exactly.
your life. If you want to live your best life, you want to be without making these, if you want to really try your hardest, if it is really holding you back, move somewhere
Mhm.
else, right? And start something new.
Exactly. Exactly. You know how many cousins I got that said, you know what? United States is a great place to live in, but not great enough. So they over there living it serious. And I kid you not, I'm talking about cousins that graduated from Morehouse,
Mm-hmm.
Spelman. You know what I mean? They're like, I'm moving to Africa. I'm moving to Kenya. I'm moving to, Ghana. And they're living there, having the life that they
There
want.
you
But
go.
they had to do the work before. It's just like me. You know what? I live in Germany. You want to know why I live in Germany? Because I was tired of the United States. When I graduated university, I looked for jobs everywhere. I graduated with a biology degree, let's just say, right? I
Uh-huh.
looked for jobs everywhere. Boom, I couldn't find it. Boom, I applied here in Germany. They was like, you got 2 weeks to get here. And that was literally like 8 years ago. And now that I live here, I'm like, wow, what a difference. You know what I mean? I don't
Mm-hmm.
feel like if I walk down the street, the police gonna shoot me, or you know what I mean? It's a whole different. But I had to do the work in order to do that because
Exactly.
I could be in New York still complaining. Oh, they not hiring me because I'm black. They not
Well,
hiring. I just said I'm gonna find somewhere that's gonna hire me, and that's
there you
it.
go. Right. Who gonna sit in
That's
the
it.
same spot and cry and keep crying about it like it's just gonna change on its own? If it ain't changed, you gotta make change. You know how they just say, how
Exactly.
they got that saying, if you can't change your friends, change your friends. You know what I'm saying? That's how that
Hmm.
works. You know what I'm saying? If you feel like in your power that you can't do nothing about it, then you gotta find something to, cause like I say, you only live in your life. You can't make stuff happen. You can't make somebody else change your way of living if you want to live a certain way. So it's
Exactly.
just crazy, man.
But
That's just
a
wild.
lot of people don't realize that if you want to live different, like you want to live an extraordinary life, you're gonna have to make extraordinary decisions. Do
Yep.
you know what I'm saying? I decided. I said, I may not be able to see my parents all the time, my brothers and sisters, but it's an opportunity there. I don't know one word of German, but I'm going. 8 years later, I speak German fluently. Do you know
There
what I
you
mean? You
go.
just have to. That's what I think it is. You just have to be willing to do the work. And I think also in our community, one of the biggest things is, and I hate to say it, but I think it's not just about laziness. I think a lot of people just have not been taught or been told that they
Or
actually
where?
deserve something different or better.
Yeah. You are you right about? I feel you on that too. I feel you.
Do you know what I
I had
mean?
another thing about that. What you call it? Like if okay, I'm gonna put it this way about the people that say America. Because you can, I mean, everybody got their own opinion. But I'm gonna say, like, okay, say if okay, we say America's so bad, right? So then we got people that's coming from other areas, right? They there
Mhm.
unaliving themselves just to get across to
With
get
the
to America and starting a whole new life over here. Like I don't like that's the point I don't understand. Like people literally unaliving themselves to come over here. So it obviously shows it's worse places out
Absolutely.
than it's so crazy.
Absolutely. But
It's
like
so
I said, a lot of people don't realize, even people don't realize that United States for a lot of people is, I mean, like I remember my father and my mother, they told us they was like when my father was like younger, he said he thought that America, like in the United States, that the streets were actually paved with gold. He was
hmm
surprised that they weren't when he went there. Like people don't realize the impact that the United States has on countries outside. United States is seen as a hope. Do you know what I mean? As a
mm,
hope that, you
wow.
know what? If you are in your country, my father used to say this. He used to say, um, how he looked at United States is that if he could get there, then everything that he dreamed of he could accomplish. If he could just get there.
hmm
And so he went there with that mentality. And a lot of people, a lot of, people that you see over there that are Caribbean and blah, 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 they come in there, they not playing no games. You know what I mean? They say, okay, we here now. So let's get it. And that's
Yep.
what a lot of people don't realize is that there's systems in place there, but there's also systems that you can navigate yourself around and become extremely successful.
Right.
Yeah. I
They
mean,
just don't want to
really,
put in that
you
work
just,
and
and that's
they
all it is. It's just putting in the work. My father
they just
started
wanted
off
it
by,
handed to them. That's all it is.
yeah,
They wanted it handed to them. They wanted easy. They them the ones they okay like because it's like them the ones that think because like okay like say like this on the app right. It's people that be posting dumb junk right. You know, even though I be
mhm,
getting mad at it sometimes, so they post dumb junk, but they go viral. They get a million and stuff. So it's like me comparing my life to them and like, man, well they got it easy. Why I can't do it? So it makes it seem like I should stop grinding because they're
mhm,
getting it easy. No, it's just some people in this world get it easier than others. That's just how it is
exactly,
sometimes. So but
exactly,
even with that, with easy stuff, they still gonna have problems. Everybody gonna have problems no matter
exactly.
what. It's just the
And
mindset.
yeah, and the thing is this is that you're not them. And that's the thing. And that's,
Mm-hmm.
one of the things I was also taught is stop comparing yourself to other people.
Yep.
You should only be comparing yourself to who you were last year.
There you right,
Or
exactly.
that's it.
Perfect.
Are you better? Are you better from last year? Are you better than the
Yep.
last 3 months? That's
Yep.
all. That's the only person I compete against. Because guess what? Trust me, I have friends that did very good with Bitcoin, and now the same ones is asking me, can they borrow a quarter? Do you get
Wow.
what I'm saying? So it's
Mm-hmm.
like you don't know. Stop trying to be like everybody else. Try being yourself for a moment. Try being the
Mm-hmm.
best self you can be.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and that's why
because
when
like my
people
father.
ask me how I'm doing or something like that, I say better than my yesterday. That's always be my goal. Is
Exactly.
something got to be better, from my yesterday. I'm always trying to be better every day. That's just my goal. You know what I'm saying? Even if it got to be an
Mhm.
attitude adjustment, if it got to be, it's something, a better way of thinking, something. That just should be
Yeah.
just a goal to be better version of yourself. That should be your main thing in
Exactly.
life.
No, I agree. And so many people just don't, they uh sorry, hold on, my girlfriend was writing me. Yeah. So yeah, I agree with you, man. You know what is interesting is, sorry I keep referring to my parents, but they you had a pivotal, I mean a very vital part in my life. Do you
hmm
know what I mean? On who I am today. My father said this one time to me. He said, "Do you know that there are people less talented than you living the life you want to live?"
Hmm.
That hit me. There are people who are less talented than you who are living the life that you want to live. The difference is the do. They did the work. That's all it is.
hmm
That's all it
And
is.
then
Like
another
my
thing I caught in there, he said want to live, but what about the life you need to live? That's the difference too.
Come on, come on, exactly. Like my mother always says that the difference between a lot of people want to say, rich people this or comfortable people this. The only difference between the haves and the have-nots is the do's and the don'ts. My mother says that
hmm
all the time. Really, really. I'm telling you, that is the only difference. Really. Because you can sit on, social media and complain like I see in so many of these lives, and I'm always thinking, going through the lives, I'm like, okay, we know what the problem is. Why is it that this whole conversation is talking about the problem and not finding a solution? Because you're gonna
Solution. That
complain.
right.
Yeah. Where is the
That's why I be saying
solution?
we aware of the problem, and then we still make an excuse about the problem that we aware of. That's and that's where you get called ignorant, right? That don't make it makes no sense. Or you know what I'm saying? Why they call us? Because it's like, no, you know about it. Then you make an excuse about it and keep saying the same thing. Like, what are you doing now to make us find a solution about it? But keep complaining about the same old thing. That makes no sense.
You know, You know what I noticed about social media? The amount of time that people have spent on here, the things that how if they would have took that time to improve themselves in their lives, like
Right.
getting a
Mhm.
degree or a trade. Like they have been on this for at least 4 years, 3 or 4 years. They could have a degree or a trade by now, starting their own
Exactly.
business.
Yep.
Like it's
But they
so
want to
true.
come on here and complain and and grift all day.
Right. For
Like I
4 years
have.
of complaining, that's like such a waste of freaking like that is so crazy, bro. Or you could have been them 4 years something, anything to better yourself, anything
Mhm.
to uplift your spirit, anything, you know what I'm saying? But you choose to keep digging the hole deeper and deeper and making it worse for the whole 4 years you wasted. Like, what is going on? What the heck?
Exactly. I'll tell you a
4 years
quick
is a
story.
bachelor's degree.
Exactly, a
Right.
whole bachelor's. Like I have a friend, right? He was on social media. He's still on social media, right? This dude put together like it takes a lot of work. And maybe you know this, laugh or learn,
Yeah.
is a lot of work to edit videos and do all of this stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And one day he's like, "Oh man, I need some money. I'm struggling, da da da." And I was like, "Bro, how is you broke? Yo, TikTok is full of videos. You got the followers." I was like, "Why don't you use that?" And he looked at me like I just jumped off a spaceship. I was like, "Bro, use your editing. You a self-taught editor of videos. So figure it out." This dude
Mm-hmm.
took that information. Really, I was like, "No, I'm not giving you no money." He took that, went on some other website. Now the dude is making money by just editing companies' videos. You know what
Wow.
I mean? So it's like you got all of these talented people here, right? Do you know what I'm saying? Like my
Mm-hmm.
father, like Jay-Z even told us, y'all, it's a million ways to get it. Choose one. You know what I
Mm.
mean? Like it's a million ways to get it. You don't necessarily. Some of the most successful people ain't stepped one foot in a university. So how are you gonna self teach yourself editing and not use that as a skill to earn some money? You should never be hungry. Do you know what I mean?
Man.
In today's world, this dude got ended up editing like commercials and stuff here in Germany, right? So it's like, come on, man, you can
That's that
figure it out.
laziness I'm talking about right there. It's just people just in that comfortableness, and then like you said in the other part to it, some people it just not educated in that or don't know. But I
Mhm.
think some people do know, they just don't want to do it either. That's the thing. It's like, oh man, that's a lot of work. Just like you said, that's just a lot of work and all that stuff. They don't want to put in that work. When it comes to self, they don't want to take care of themselves. They don't want to put that extra mile. They want that quick thing. Just like how people nowadays, like even with the surgeries and stuff, they gotta hurry up and get a surgery real quick because they don't want to
Yeah,
do the workout. They gotta hurry up and because they eat all. I want to eat what I want, but then I don't want to. I want to complain about why I'm shaped like this. And like, dog,
exactly.
everything take work in life. Everything take work to work on you. You got to work on your emotions. You got to work on your spirit. You got to work on physical work. Everything take work in life. Like even your internals, right? They don't have
Hmm.
the time to be lazy for you to stay alive. Your heart still gotta stay beating. It gotta beat as heavy as that. Your digestive system gotta work. They don't stop. If they was as lazy as people's mindset, you'd be done for. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly, exactly. But that's
Like if like you were saying with the women getting the BBLs, they can go and pay for that, but they don't change that mindset. It's only going to
Mm-hmm.
last for so long because if they still have the same eating habits, they're
Yep.
going to gain all that weight back. So
Mm-hmm.
you have to
exactly.
change your mindset. You got to do
Yep.
the work.
Gotta do the work.
Hmm.
People try to find anything but to get that W word that's triggering the people. Work. What is that? No, not
Yeah,
work.
And then what I don't like is that once you do the work, right? And here's the conundrum. Once you end up doing the work, then everybody who don't do the work looking at you like you think you better. I'm like, no, I
Duh.
don't think you think I'm better. I don't think I'm better. I just did the work. And I'm not gonna have
Right.
somebody who didn't do the work be looking at me and talking to me all kinds of any kind of way. And that's just it. Do you understand what my point or no?
For sure, for sure.
You know what I'm saying?
They be looking
It's
at
like
you like you crazy, like what the heck? And now that happened like
yeah,
recently with me too. Oh, you think you better and stuff? I'm like, no. I took time, so it's something I'm aware of, and I'm gonna speak on it. So don't be acting like I'm just better. No, it's just something I noticed about you because I used to notice that about me. And that's all it is. So it ain't
exactly.
got nothing to do with me
Exactly.
thinking I'm better because of that. I just took the time. I ain't been spending my whole life looking at nonsense and taking. You know what I'm saying? I spend a lot of my time trying to, and that's the reason why I do what I do now. I spend a lot of my time observing people and all that stuff, and seeing like different behaviors. Something I didn't even have to go to school for. It's just simply being trying to be understanding of life and be observant and actually just studying myself, people going through healings and all this stuff, and you know what I'm saying, and realize it can work for other people. That's all it takes. You don't need no
Exactly.
degree for this stuff. Some you know what I'm saying.
hmm No, you're right. I'm with you. Trust me, brother. I'm with you. I just feel like no, really, it's kind of like what you said. It's like we as a community, we like it's the ego. You know what I
Yep.
mean? All it is just the ego.
Ego for
In my
sure.
opinion. It's really just about the ego. I be trying to tell even over here, we got it's a different dynamic over here in Germany because you got a lot of people actually from Africa, different countries in Africa. They come over to Germany and they want to find a woman. I just put it that way. They want to find a woman so that the woman can help take care of her. Them. You know what I mean? I'm like,
Wow.
brother, like you're gonna have just this certain kind of quality of life. You're not using your potential. Because a lot of them come over here, they have skills, but again, they just don't. I hate to say it, a lot of them is just lazy. They want to do it the easy way.
Hmm.
Find a woman, have that woman take care of them. Because over here, here in Germany, they'll jump over 100 Germans to get to one African. I mean, that's another life. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
They're a little bit fetishizing and over here. Me, I keeps it black. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not that guy. But that's I don't judge anybody that isn't. But me, that's just how I am. You know. So it's interesting, man. We have to do better, really, especially now in this time. We have to do better.
Hmm.
Yeah, because we ain't gonna make it. We ain't gonna make it if we don't. Because
We
that
not.
tank,
We not.
really, everybody coming for our necks. Really, everybody
They
coming
get
for.
mad when you try to help them. That's the crazy. Like, what the heck? What you trying to say or something like that? Like, dog. It's like that's what make it hard to try to help people. In that, like I said, with their ego, that make it hard to help people when people like you feel like they can't take constructive criticism and all that stuff. Like, dude, everybody got to go through something to better their life. Like I always tell people,
Exactly.
you got to take a quick hurt feelings to save yourself from long term misery. For real, I mean, I will
Mhm.
make that trade any day. If I gotta get my feelings hurt for one day just so I can live a better life, I'd rather do that instead of having my feelings feeling good to live a horrible
Mhm.
life. That's crazy.
What's that they say? I'd rather you. What is it? Something about a lie. I'd rather you. I
Oh,
always
that
forget what it
the
is.
I know what you're talking about, like the comforting lie over the some
Yeah,
hurtful truth or
exactly.
something like that.
Yeah, I'd rather. Yeah, I'd rather be. I'd rather not be comforted by the lie than be something with the truth. Be
Hmm.
confronted with the truth. It's something like, yeah, I'd rather be confronted with the truth than be comforted by a lie.
Hmm.
Yeah. But
Exactly.
that's also another thing too, whether, again, it's going to be a little controversial, but I think nowadays people have become ultra super sensitive
Sensitive,
about
right?
everything. You cannot say nothing to nobody. It's like, wow. Do you know what I mean? Like I was just telling one of my friends, right? She's a woman, a black woman, and I was telling her like because there was just a situation, right? I don't want to go in a situation, and I told her I was like, you was being a little aggressive, bro, when I tell you, she she almost went into the shadow realm on me. She was like, you can't tell a black woman that she's being aggressive. And I said to her, I was like, I get that trope. Yeah, I get that. But I'm not saying you as a black woman was aggressive. I'm not connecting the two. I'm saying that your behavior in
It's
that
aggressive. It's
situation
a fact.
was aggressive. So you can, you know what I mean? And it just so happens that you are a black woman. I will say that to a black man. I will say it to a dog. I will say it to a white man. I will say it to
Right.
a Chinese woman.
It is what
Behavior
it
is
is.
behavior.
Right.
And
It
so
is
I'm
what
like,
it is.
yeah, you getting super sensitive and in hearing, and this is why I asked her. I was like, so I said that to you. What actually did you hear me say? Because a lot of times we're talking to people and they're hearing something. We're saying something to
Yeah,
people and they're hearing
that's called
something
the
completely
feelings.
different.
Feelings block it. As soon as
Yeah,
feelings get involved, it'll block what you hear. You block your hearing and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
exactly.
Everything out the
So
door
I'm
from
like,
that
I'm
point.
not saying, yeah, I'm not saying you are an angry black woman. I'm saying that, or aggressive black woman. I'm saying that that behavior in that particular situation was aggressive. So that's what it was. And so don't be, but she wanted to take the statement and make it seem like she was like, you can't talk to black women like that and da da da. I'm like, do you understand? I've been in a 5-year relationship with a black woman. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need you to teach me, 1-on-one on black women. Like, that's a behavior. You had a behavior, and I don't care. And I told her, I'm still gonna say that behavior was aggressive. That's it. That's
Yep.
it. So, but that's what my whole point is that there is a level of sensitivity and a level of entitlement for grace nowadays that I have never ever seen in my life. And I ain't been here
It's
that
getting
I
bad
ain't
too.
even been here that long.
It's getting bad.
Alrighty, bro. I gotta actually go. I appreciate you having me up. Really, I
Oh
really
yeah.
do. Uh, what is it? Hold on a second, because I'm not looking directly. Butterlicious. It's a nice name.
Mm-hmm.
Butterlicious. I appreciate you for listening to my little TED talks there. But bro, definitely, I'm gonna be watching your lives really because you got
Oh yeah.
some sense about you, and you
Oh
ain't
yeah, for
trying to
sure, man.
create division.
Nah,
Yeah,
I'm looking. That's
because
my whole thing is unity. That's what I'm. That's been my thing. That's the reason why I'm talking about this though, because I'm trying to get to the point that none of this stuff really matters. That's the reason why I put this stuff down. Well, like we got to connect deeper. It's bigger problems in this world. That's my whole point. That's why I want people to, because I know people got different mindsets and they're gonna think something about this. But yeah, that
yeah, but
unity
that's
for
not.
real.
One thing I'll leave you with this is, like my parents always told us that still tell us is, in this life, you're going to have people that like you and people that don't like you. None of it is your business.
Right.
None,
Exactly.
none of it is your business. You got to be worried about, do you like you? I think that's what I'm saying. I do think, yeah, come on, Hobo Lion. I believe people deserve grace. Of
Yep, I
course I
put
do.
yes down on
But
there too. I said,
yeah, I
yep.
believe people. Yeah,
Everybody
I
deserves. If
don't
you
want you to
want grace,
misunderstand
everybody else
me.
do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
All of us is
yeah, I
human.
believe you. But I believe sometimes some people don't understand nice. Sometimes, and I'm not saying you got to be nasty, but sometimes you got to give it to people. When my parents gave me
Teach a
information,
lesson.
exactly. Then sometimes my mother would be like, sit down. And then I wouldn't sit down. And then when she said, sit your motherfucking ass down, I sat down.
Right.
You
And
know
it
what I
still
mean?
was out of love though. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
exactly. Exactly. All righty, bro. I gotta go, but it's my pleasure. I commend you, brother. It's good to see a brother or just somebody that look like me on this app that's actually doing something to bridge the divide,
Oh
if
yeah,
that
for
makes
sure,
sense.
man. For sure,
Yep.
man.
I'll be watching you in these TikTok streets.
Oh
You
yeah,
have a
good.
good Sunday.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Good looks,
Appreciate
man.
you
For
too.
sure.
All righty. Ciao, ciao.
But yeah, I do believe people. Yeah, I like that one. I believe people do deserve grace, forgiveness, all that. Same thing we all. That's all. That's why I talk about it that every other weekend, a lot of the time. Which I'm gonna talk about that next weekend. I'm gonna have probably Grudges Part 4 now. You know what I'm saying? I think everybody deserves it because I believe a lot of us mess up. You know what I'm saying? Just because, and I'm a firm believer that two wrongs don't make a right either. You know, because like everybody can make mistakes. We've made mistakes back in the day. We've hurt people back in the day. You don't think we deserve any type of grace? You know what I'm saying? A lot of us just don't know what we doing a lot of the times. You know, people be messing up. So, you know, some stuff might seem intentional, but we did things that was intentional before. But we really just don't know nobody. And I came to the conclusion that sure, a lot of us, even as smart as we is, we still truly don't know no better. Like, cause like we can always still learn more, more, and more. You know, at the end of the day. So that's what make me. You know, that's what kind of tame my mind and all that. You know, looking at it like. Uh, that we still learning. Everybody is still learning. All of us still trying to learn more and more better. We trying to find ways to better certain situations. So, I mean, that's just how it is. Humans always got to put in some type of work. Humans always got to. If humans gonna make mistakes, humans always got to correct their mistakes. So, you know, and I feel like a lot of us got the same goal. We want to find some type of love. We all want some type of peace, and you know, we want to understand all that stuff. So it's just different ways around it. That's we trying to get to it. That's all it is. We just got our own different routes and paths and routes, and just with different mindsets. That's all it is. But what you is Hobo still in here? You still in here, Hobo? But what you was talking about? You said a second. You talking about the your mother choose your nationality, where you're born, and why are you choosing different? That's what you're talking about? Or is you talking about something we was talking about? Is she still in here? Or near the phone? Yeah, that one. You say you don't understand it? Yeah. And it's the reason why I put stuff up there like that, because I actually, you know, I took the time to, I do my research before I put stuff up there, though. So nationality, when you look it up, it means nationality and citizenship is dang near the same thing, but except for citizenship got to deal with the law. Nationality has nothing to do with the law. It got to deal with the land you were born on. You know, most of the time. So like literally, if you have a baby in since we were Germany was up here, you have one in Germany. The baby would be that nationality, even if you were an American. You know what I'm saying? It depends on where you were born at. And most of the time, yes, the mother is it chooses where she gonna lay her egg. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reason why I'm saying that. You know, man can he can put it decision, but it's in the mama's stomachs. So even if the man say, no, we have it in America, and she have the baby in Antarctica, you know what I'm saying? The baby gonna be in Antarctican or whatever you want to say. Like no, but whatever. You know, get my point. That's the definition. The definition of nationality. That's what it says. So I'm taking that as its literal definition. No, not what people trying to make their own thing. And then like, no, my nationality is what my parents is, and all. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just trying to get people to open up. So we like twisting stuff up and putting our own things in it to fit our narrative most a lot of the time. And all it takes is a simple Google research. Just look at it. I got like four things screenshotted too. I was ready for that one, especially with the nationality. The third one, I don't know, and a lot of people I don't think they feel they're aware of this one. With the third one about just because they have the same skin with you doesn't mean they're trying to win with you, because a lot of people, what they having, a lot of people said 100% black. Ah, that's funny. I don't think nobody's 100% by now. I think every last person on earth is dang near mixed by now. We talking about many, 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 many years of mixtures by now. I highly doubt it. I think at the minimum, most of us got at least three different things inside of us. I don't think nobody 100%. And then black, that's something that the YT labeled us as, so that's not. Nah, we going on. That's different. But uh, but my thing is that my reason why I came with the third one. The third one, if parents are American and a child is born in another country, then the child's still American. That's not true. It's not true. Like I said, look up nationality. All you gotta do is look up nationality. It's like a look, take the and that like I said, it just take a simple Google research. You just look it up. It literally says where the baby is born at, not where the. Don't say nothing about what your parents is. Happens all the time with military parents. I guess, but going based off the definition, it literally says where the baby is born at, where you are born at. It don't say what your parents is. Because if that's the case, that's why I like that you said that though. So if it's that, right? So say if it wasn't because of where you're technically born at, right? So say if my parents is American, right? So where was their parents at, right? Before that. So we can go far back in the ancestor. Where did it originally come from? Because at the end of the day, we could say that maybe if Pangea was around, right? We could say if we want to go so far back, say that mean we are all Pangeans at the end of the day. If we want to go to nationalities, right? Something like that. We can just say that we are all Pangeans or whatever. So it still wouldn't change. So it's either that definition or not. We can't just keep twisting stuff so on this, what I'm saying, to fit our narrative. But I mean, I guess it happens sometimes. People do it. But if we really looking at the real definition of it, it literally technically it literally says wherever you are born at. And citizenship has got to deal with the law. Citizenship and nationality is the same thing, but it has to deal with where you're legally at. Where you're legally at. That's what citizenship is. Nationality is where you're born at. But a child will have two nationalities. I was looking at that dual nationality thing. I seen that too. Actually, what did it say on dual nationality? Because I looked that up too. Dual nationality. Okay. So actually, I'm just going to read them all off. Let me see. Let me look before I read them all off. Well, for the USA, if you have a child outside of USA, you have to report to the nearest U.S. embassy. It's only in America that we do this, okay? That's what I'm saying. So where did this true? What's the true definition then? Like, can we make up a definition as it go, and as the child gets citizenship, which means their nationality is American, right? Other countries don't honor that rule. I don't get it. So what is the true rule? It's literally just American law. Roe v. Wade is going to change that. I mean, yeah, you're right in technical sense. But I'm gonna look at. I'm gonna tell. I'm okay. That's what I'm saying. So I don't know if the American make this Google search engine too. I don't know. But I'm gonna look. Like I said, okay. What defines a person's nationality? Country of birth is the country in which a person was born. There's different nationalities, which is in a country or countries where a person can have a legal status. Okay. The word nationality refers to where you were born. A country government grants citizenship where specific legal requirements are met. Citizenship can be seen political status because it indicates which country recognizes you as citizen. Right. So this is one he probably talking about. Can you? I screenshot that too. Can you have two nationalities? To say dual citizenship or dual nationality is when you are a citizen of two different countries at the same time in the context of U.S. and means you are both a U.S. citizen and a citizen of another country. Not every country allows dual citizenship. The rules, and that's what you mean about the rules and different things, varies among those what do. So, and it's so weird though. Like, how do you like? What do we go based off of? If you were born, okay, as a parent, is your parent nationality your nationality? That's the other thing I had looked up. If you were born on U.S. soil, you were born to U.S. citizen parents, or became neutralized U.S. citizen and have been living in the United States, you clearly have U.S. citizenship. However, many other people became U.S. citizens automatically, despite being born in another country, and many don't even know it. So that was all the. So like I said, it say different places and different rules, but who? Like I said, we say even when we say that, like this shows right there that because who knows back then rules was probably different. We don't know. We don't know. That's why I said. That's why I say we going based off the just the simple definition, right? It say the soil you were in. You know what I mean? Soil you were born on. So, because otherwise, if rules change in different countries, like that gets very confusing. You know what I'm saying? So, who's to say whose is more legit if the rule changes in a different country or something like that? Like, it's crazy. Japan doesn't allow those. Right, exactly, and that's what's so weird. Like, how one person can allow it and the other one don't. So, what is really true? Like, what is really true? Like, what can we go by? Like, oh my, this fact done turned to a not a fact when you go in this country. That is so crazy. Like, so what can we really go by? But yeah, that's why I just flat out just like, you know what? I just said flat out, shoot, based off the definition itself, you know what I'm saying, nationality itself. It say that's why I said your mother chooses your nationality. So if she birth you somewhere, that's where you supposed to be at, without the legal situation. You know what I'm saying? Legal don't, and that's how nationality is supposed to work before these laws and stuff came in. Citizenship has to deal with law. Nationality don't have nothing to do with law. That's why nobody can be African American because African is right. Yeah, that's why I say it's just all this stuff is just it's weird, and we go and we just we live by this stuff and just don't truly understand this stuff. That's what's so crazy. It's just crazy. We live by it, then we go by it, then we want to own it, right? And they the ones that told us to own this, and whoever created this told us to own it, and we're going with it. You know what I'm saying? It's just wild. Well, nationality is made up based on countries. Ethnicity is the most accurate thing to go by. Yeah, I feel you on that. But we talking about nationality, which when people say I am American or I am Asian or I am uh Jamaican, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. Right. I know a lot of people say that's nationality. That's not ethnicity. I am Italian. Right. That's nationality. That's not ethnicity. They actually said that. I think they did say ethnicity and nationality. Somebody can be American. That's why I say that's where this stuff get confusing. It gets so confusing. It's wild. That's why I be saying. And my whole point of this situation, the reason why I'm saying it, just to shows the confusion. It just the fact all this stuff really don't matter. The stuff that we be trying to pay attention to and stressing over. This show right here, this stuff don't really matter just in general. It really don't matter because all this stuff can just change at any moment. You said Asian is not a national. Yeah, whatever. I was just trying to prove. I ain't got time to look all that stuff up, but we get you. I know that. I know the difference. I was just saying, yeah, I guess whatever. But I'm just making a point. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to get uh all correct. I was just trying to get to it. It's not really confusing for real. Okay. All right. I guess if you get it, kudos. You get it. I don't. It just sounds weird how it can be if how a fact can change and it's weird. It's weird. Because it's like you gonna tell somebody that their nationality is not legit in another country. Like you don't see where the confusion could be at. Oh, this rule don't apply over here. It don't apply over here. No, when you come here, you are this. What? Ah, whatever. I guess if you get it, I ain't gonna act like I get it, but you get it. So, but um, but how y'all feel about the first one though? You know what I'm saying? Even that, all that stuff get confusing. Even all this stuff really is confusing at the end of the day. Except for the statement I made at the end, that's not confusing at all. Like if people really like notice that skin, you know, just because you have the same skin with you doesn't mean they're trying to win with you. That's like straight up facts like that. I don't even think that's confusion behind it, but it's just people be blinded to it because they want their own skin to be with them, and they because they say you should be because there's an entitlement behind it. Like, hold up, you this, you should be rocking with us. And nah, it's because you want to enforce somebody rocking with you. That don't mean they're going to rock with you because you can just look into your own families and show that all your family don't rock with you either. You know what I'm saying? So they all got to deal with mindset at the end of the day. At the end of the day. Um, but this first one, how y'all feel about the first one though? Say what percentage of race, ethnicity, blood makes your race? Because I see how people are always owning. They say they own this. I am this. I am that. I don't want you messing up my race, or you know what I'm saying. You're not this because of that. You know what I'm saying. We quick to judge people off their skin tone. Like, no, you can't be this because you don't look like me. Like, but who's to say that we make these judgments? So that's why I asked the percentage. What? Because a lot of us don't do that test. We don't do that test. Matter of fact, was you that one that said you was 100%? Hold up, because hold up, let me see. I'm gonna go all the way back. No, that wasn't you. That was somebody else. But just like that, nobody's 100%. So yeah, it's like, well, I'm mixed, so my thoughts. So I mean, exactly. So my thing is like, and I think a lot of us is mixed. We just don't own up to it. It's just we only mix we talk about is black and white, or from what they say, black and white. You know what I'm saying? But within that, it's still mixture in there. Every last person on this earth by now is mixed. That's my point. But people just they stick to these two things. That's why I say we gotta open our minds up a little bit wider than what it is. It's like we really more than what we put ourselves in a box as. We gotta really think. We gotta really think on this stuff for real. Because it's like, and the thing is, a lot of people is scared to do the DNA because they want to pick one thing, and that's what it is. It is a choice. You just choose what you want to have your race to be. You choose it. You be like, because you can't just choose off the skin. Like, oh no, I'm this because of that. I mean, you can do that, but that's your reason of why you chose it. But like, that's why I asked percentage because it's like you could swear you black all this time, right? This so-called black, right? Then once you do the test, right? Once you do the test, all of a sudden you see that you 50% this, you 25% that, you 15% this, you 3% that, you 5%. You know what I'm saying? You this. So which one you gonna pick? You gonna pick that one that got the highest percentage, but one of your highest percentage debunk what you said you was. Is you gonna live with that? Is you able to live with that? Like, dang, I thought I was 100% this, but I'm really 54% this, and this I'll beating the other percentage of that. So I be feeling like people choose what they want to fit in with, and then try to unite off that. You know what I'm saying? So I even hear about what they got the one drop rule. If you got 1%, and they say that the black gene or whatever they call it, they said that's supposed to dominate it all. So if you got 1% of that, that's supposed to dominate the whole thing. So if that's the case, I think even these so-called YT people, all of them, they got that. They probably got, I'm pretty sure, 1% in them already. It's to show that all of us is the same. It's just we think different. My highest percentage is Native American, even though I'm Hispanic. Right. Exactly. And as I said, but you chose to uh you chose to pick that over, that. Right. Exactly. As I said, you could choose it. I could be like 2% uh Chinese and say, I'm in China, so I'm not gonna say that. I can't say that's Chinese, but Asian, I think that's what it is. Or the race, yeah, the race. It'd be Asian, right? 2% Asian, right? And just choose that because I'm in Asian, but I'm really like uh 75% black, something like that. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. But I choose that because it will fit me, and that's what a lot of us do. We do that, and we gonna be like, you can't, and then that's what you can't tell me anything different. But man, I think mixed people are the only ones who have to knowingly pick one. Only ones who have knowingly picked. I think all of us is mixed. So it's just some of us is just visually mixed, right? And we only go off the visual when that's what I'll be saying. It's deeper. It's deeper than just what we see. And the thing is, people got the problem of only looking at appearance. Cause we can clearly see if somebody mixed sometimes, or we can, you know what I'm saying. Some people have to announce that they're mixed to show that they're mixed. But I think all of us is mixed. You're not understanding what I'm saying. I think mixed people are the only ones who have known. Yeah, I got you on that though. I was just adding to the. I get you on it. But I was just saying that everybody mixed. But we talking about visual mix versus internally mixed. And a lot of us go off of physically mixed. That's what we look at. That's what a lot of us do. I think this came from because I be looking at some people be like, they see a person that got the skin of white, right? And then they say that they black. They can't take that. They be like, ain't no way, you're not black. You know what I'm saying? But then people act like they got DNA vision. Like they can tell somebody DNA because of their eyes. You ever heard about read a book, don't judge a book by its cover? Like people don't live up to that stuff. Or you ever heard of looks can be deceiving? You know what I'm saying? Just because you look like something, that don't mean you that. But you know, people will understand later down the line, especially when they do that DNA test. They really gonna understand. They gonna probably hate that they did it because they be like, "Dang, I've been living my whole life thinking I was this, and I'm not." But you know what? My ego gonna get in the way, so I'm gonna choose it anyways because I've been living my life thinking I was that, and you can't tell me nothing different. No, you're not. I am what I am. I say, who's to say, man? How can we make our judgment on what others is, and how can somebody make judgments of who we is? At the end of the day, everybody pick and choose. Like I said, I'm not doing it. Right, exactly. I don't think a lot of people are not gonna do that because they had their minds saying they are who they is. They is who they is. You know what I'm saying? So they don't want to debunk of what they say they is. They don't want to do that. They're not gonna do that. I know for sure you say like you could physically see that you make, so you don't have to really do a test on that. But a lot of us can't physically see that we're mixed. We are. By now, I will put money on it that a lot of us is mixed. It's no 100% on nobody nowadays. 'Cause I already know I got like what Indian in me, some other stuff. 'Cause I know my grandma was Indian on my dad's side. Had some Indian and some other stuff in her. You know what I'm saying? We got to think about it. Like our great parents was mixed. They were mixed before that. You know what I'm saying? It just keep going further and further back. Just to say that we pure this one thing, that's crazy. But like I said, we go off physical rather than internal, and it's because we get mad because we don't have internal vision powers. We get mad at that. Dang, why I can't have a DNA vision. That's crazy. Why can't I have that? So I'm just gonna go judge you. I'm gonna judge you off your physical. That's what I'm gonna go off of. What's the deal, brother? What's the deal, man? Mark the goat is in the building. That's how. That's why I wish the story of mixed people during slavery were told. Or were told more. Exactly. They're not gonna do that though because they like this separation. They love the separation. The what they call it the elites, right? The elites, and the elites don't always have it, and ain't no certain color either. You know what I'm saying? We always think about one thing when we think about elite, but the elites, they not gonna the one that's in control of this situation that have us battling against each other with every little silly thing we can battle about. You know, they're not gonna tell you that. No, all of us is mixed. They're not gonna say that. They're gonna keep that segregation as much as they can, and a lot of us is going along with the segregation, not realizing that's the problem, and that's what they want us to do is segregate ourselves. You know, we go along with it, and that's not taking. Like I said, it got to deal with money at the end of the day. Yeah, that power, that money, all that stuff. As long as they can keep that, they keep y'all fighting because it has nothing to do with them. As long as y'all fighting and doing what they do, y'all keeping their money, their pockets fat. Y'all keeping their agenda going. So, and that's where they be saying that we be ignorant because we just don't realize that. We be confirming of what they be saying about us because we just don't know, or we're not, or we choose to not be aware of what's going on for real. Then we'd be able to see that we're all exactly. Alright. I forgot to plug my phone on up. I knew my phone was about to unalive. Hold up. Well, I just made some breakfast. Anybody want some? Yeah, you better something. Better share. Yeah, better share. Alright, let me get this background back up. And then Mona Lisa going back again. We back, baby. With the low voice. I ain't got the projector voice now, but hey, that's a struggle. I gotta pick. It's either that. It's either the mic or it's either the. Me charging my phone. They use the same port. That's why I had that soundboard because I could charge while I was on the soundboard, but the soundboard's mic was horrible on there. I had to go back to my old stuff. Let me see something real quick. See if I can upload that video yet. I had a lie that I gotta take me a snoozy. That one's a snoozy. Now there's 7 hours on that. And I'm still alive. I don't know how much I feel on that. Yo, what happened to everybody? Is that my cue? Oh, shoot. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh Lord, that's 7 hours. Wonder how long I've been on this. I guess I'm about to call it then. Yeah, it kind of died down. Thought I had some people that was in the chat I was talking to. Let me see something real quick. I need to give me some snoozy anyways. I've been up all night. All right. Well, let me see how many hours I've been on anyways. Let me put this back. Take this off. Said quiet. Alright, that's the whole live that's quiet. I know my voice probably low because I ain't got my head, my thing, my what you call it in. Everybody in quiet. You on smash mode over this? I know you about to be quiet for a minute. I need to get me something to eat. I'm kind of hungry. Gotta get me some. I want to eat a pancake or something. Yeah. Let me see how long I've been on here. How long have I been on here? On here. Um, I can do this. I gotta take this filter off first. Take that. Oh, 4 hours. Wow. 4 hours, and I was on the other one for 7 hours. Dang, 11 hours. Oh my. Oh my. Yeah, might as well. Yeah, I gotta call it. Yeah. I just creeping a couple lives real quick. But yeah. All right, y'all, man. I'm gonna call it. I've been on long enough. I've been on long enough. Appreciate y'all, whoever in here, you know what I'm saying, hobo, appreciate you for stopping by. Everybody else, if y'all just got quiet or fell asleep in here, I will catch y'all later this week. Take me a break, my little break and stuff, get my brain fresh. I catch y'all, man.